Chapter 7. Louise Armstrong, a Chicago social worker, and her husband Harry, a commercial artist, were unemployed and nearly broke. One by one, the city's banks were failing, and they were afraid theirs would be next. As an insurance policy, they kept a short stack of travelers' checks locked away in a safe deposit box. In the spring of 1932, with no prospects for future work in sight, they cashed them in and left Chicago, joining a larger exodus. During the 1930s, decades of city draft finally reversed itself as urban America looked to the countryside for salvation. With factories closing, young workers who had escaped the family farm during the boom years returned to the countryside and the old patterns of subsistence agriculture. Rather than join the breadline, unemployed executives gave up their city addresses and decamped with their families to weekend homes to wait out the crisis. The Armstrongs' rural retreat was a summer home in the town of Manistee, Michigan, on the eastern shore of Lake Michigan. That March, they took a ferry across the lake, reopened their house, and lugged their old fiver out of the barn. They could live for cheap in Manistee, supplementing their larder with food from the garden and small orchard. More than 100 miles from Grand Rapids, the nearest real city, Manistee had little in common with the rural ideal depicted by the Michigan writer Della Lutz. Summers were short, while winters were long and bitterly cold. Near the lake, the soil was too sandy for large-scale farming. Farther inland, the terrain was marshy and rocky, unsuited to most crops, with the exception of cherries and apples. For a good 30 years, the region's main crop had been timber. In the late 19th century, lumberjacks had swarmed Manistee's white pine and hardwood forests, sawing down trees that had been standing for more than 400 years. The logs were hauled to local mills by horse and wagon, and lumber shipped to Chicago and other burgeoning cities. Manistee glittered with lumber wealth and the foundation of a local economy that supported sawmills, shipping concerns, and for nighttime entertainment saloons. Manistee was known as a wide-open town, a lucrative stopover for glassware salesmen, because lumbermen, when properly drunk, liked to smash their drinking vessels. Celebrations of a more subdued nature took place on the hill that overlooked the town. Here, in mansions built on lumber fortunes, Manistee's leading citizens hired orchestras from Detroit and Chicago to play at their soirees. In 1900, the city population peaked at 18,000, but the timber industry was already in decline. With the forest reduced to stumps, Armstrong thought the stumps looked like tombstones. The lumbermen began to move farther north and west. In 1920, a fire burned down the last of the big sawmills, spurring the exodus of hundreds of families and bringing the lumber era to a close. Manistee sputtered along, thanks mainly to the discovery of large subterranean salt deposits. The Board of Commerce waged a campaign to attract new industries, but Manistee was too remote and transportation too expensive to make them profitable. Before the decade was over, the population had dropped to a little more than 8,000, and any industries that remained were cutting jobs. By the time of the crash, Manistee had already been in decline for 30 years. The Depression hit different parts of Manistee in different ways. In town, laid-off workers imagined what they would do if the situation got any worse. If it got bad enough, they would go down Main Street, smashing windows and grabbing what they needed if that would keep their wives and children from starving. And homes up on the hill staunch Republicans thought prosperity was indeed just around the corner. Only dimly aware of the desperate stories coming out of Chicago and Detroit, in 1932 they were shocked when one of Manistee's two banks failed overnight. Many lost their life savings. For the first time in memory, they turned down the heat in their drafty mansions to cut back on expenses. With no money to pay college tuition, the children dropped out and moved home. Young people who expected to work in the family business were thrown into limbo, waiting to see if jobs would return. Those with marriage plans put them on hold. When conditions finally began to change, it was not in the way they expected. Much to their surprise, in November 1932, Franklin Delano Roosevelt carried not only the state but their own county in the presidential elections. The following March, with every radio in town turned to his inauguration, Roosevelt promised direct, vigorous action to bring the economy and unify the nation's relief efforts. By the next afternoon, he had already begun to make good on his pledge to the American people, starting with a bank holiday to restore confidence in the nation's financial system. But amid the swirl of political activity that made up the first 100 days of the new administration, it took several months to open the tap for federal relief. In April, Harry Hopkins presented Roosevelt with a plan for federal relief that drew on his experience during the temporary emergency relief administration back in New York. Like TARA, this program would also be temporary, lasting only until they could set up a works program. In the meantime, the federal government, in a historic first, would spend billions of dollars on direct relief for the American people. Roosevelt gave the plan his blessing, and in early May, Congress passed an act that created the Federal Emergency Relief Administration. Roosevelt immediately appointed Harry Hopkins as director. The day after FARA opened its doors, Hopkins authorized the first federal grants to 7 hard-hit states, including Michigan, but significant strings were attached. To receive federal money, state and local governments were required to contribute as well and to set up their own network of relief offices. To ensure compliance, every relief organization would be regularly investigated and audited down to the amount of money given for food in a town like Manistee, Michigan. In late September 1933, Louis Armstrong received a visit from the son of Manistee's new Democratic congressman asking if what he heard was true. Did she have a college degree, and had she once been employed as a social worker in Chicago? The answer was yes on both accounts, making Armstrong the only person with professional social work experience in the county. That was enough to qualify her for the job of running Manistee's new emergency relief office. During a decade of summer visits, Louise Armstrong's interactions with native Manisteans had been mainly confined to tradesmen in town. As the new emergency relief director, she encountered hundreds of residents from every nook and cranny of the county. Those encounters became raw material for Armstrong's "We Too Are the People," her account of 3 years in relief business. One of the job's surprises was the questions it elicited from friends and acquaintances who managed to stay off relief rolls. As Armstrong discovered, these people had no clue how relief worked and whom exactly it benefited. Part character study, part sociological report, and part administrative history. "We Too Are the People" illuminated the unique subculture that grew up around the relief office. The book's title was Armstrong's reminder that relief cases were full-blown individuals with families and personal histories just like everyone else. At the same time, part of her job as a social worker was sorting her clients according to type. It was standard professional practice for a 1930 social worker to classify people as either high or low types, a supposedly clinical designation based on their position in the social order. So according to Armstrong, the businessmen who lived on the hill were made of high-grade material. Ethnically, they were either Americans, descendants of French and English settlers, or Scandinavians. A lower grade of townspeople, mostly Poles, lived near the mills along the riverfront. Out in the countryside, American, Scandinavian, and German farmers, high-grade, tended orchards full of sour cherry and apple trees. A community of Finns near the town of Kaleva specialized in growing cucumbers, a harvest sent to nearby pickling factories. They were high-grade too. At the north end of the county, families whom Armstrong describes as hillbillies of the North, very low grade, lived in shacks and farmhouses abandoned by their previous tenants. Native American Ottawa lived along the banks of the Manistee River and could be either high or low types, just like any other people. Manistee's culinary culture reflected both the county's geography and its ethnic complexity. Fish was a mainstay of the local diet, primarily Lake Michigan whitefish and trout, bass, and perch from the region's many lakes and streams. Fish was cooked simply, boiled in salt water, fried, or made into a fish chowder, to which cooks added a selection of root vegetables such as potatoes, turnips, parsnips, and carrots. In winter, men cut holes into the ice and fished with spears and homemade lures filled with lead, which they dangled in the frigid water. They went after suckers, trout, and northern pike, a bony fish that was cut into steaks, dredged in flour, and fried. Suckers, like catfish, were bottom feeders. Women soaked them in brine until the bones had softened, at which point the entire fish, bones and all, was ground into a pungent paste and used as a sandwich spread. That sounds horrible. Despite the availability of fresh fish, canned salmon was used liberally, the main ingredient in croquettes, casseroles, and the ever-popular salmon loaf, made with breadcrumbs, eggs, milk, and onion. Like most of rural Michigan, Manistee abounded in game, including deer, woodchuck, and beaver. Venison steaks fried with onions and eaten with homemade bread were considered gourmet fare. Squirrel was simmered until tender, the cooking liquid used to make gravy. At least they didn't waste it, though. I mean, honestly, you have to look at it that way. Sorta. They didn't they didn't waste anything. Okay, let's just keep reading. Um where were we? A Manistee community cookbook from the 1930s includes a rabbit recipe in which the butchered animal is rolled in flour, covered with cream, dotted with butter, and baked. The apple and cherry orchards in around Manistee made the region ideal for raising honeybees. Many farmers kept their own bees, which they used for pollination, but bees could also be rented. Transported to the orchard in frames, they were released to do their work, returning to the hive when done. Honey, a byproduct from all that pollinating, was often used along with sugar in cakes, cookies, and preserves. The following recipe is from the Manistee County Pomona Grange Cookbook, published in 1938. Chocolate cake: 1/2 cup butter, 3/4 cup cocoa, 1/2 cup hot water, 1 cup sugar, 3 teaspoons baking powder, 1 cup honey, 4 eggs, 1 cup milk, 2½ cups cake flour. Cream, butter, sugar, honey, and cocoa, and add the hot water. Beat well, then add well-beaten eggs, flour, baking powder, and milk. Bake in a moderate oven 350 degrees for 40 to 50 minutes. Manistee was a meatloaf country. I thought it said county. Recipes for beef, pork, ham, liver, veal, and chicken meatloaf. Where was I? Show up frequently in community cookbooks from Manistee and the surrounding counties. A close relative, pressed meat, was made from beef or chicken that had been boiled until falling off the bone, chopped fine, packed into a tin loaf pan, and weighed until it was dense enough to slice. Casseroles made from corn, noodles, beans, and potatoes made frequent appearances. A dish called Spanish rice. Many dishes were identified as Spanish simply because they contained tomatoes. That's interesting. Was a popular casserole made with fried ham, bacon, or salt pork, chopped onion, tomato, diced bell pepper, and boiled rice, all combined and baked or warmed on the stovetop. Spanish rice was popular enough in Manistee to be a featured dish at community meals held by the local grange. Tart, spicy, and sweet homemade pickles and relishes added an acidic spark to meals based around protein and starch. Community cookbooks show the influence of German, Scandinavian, and Polish cooking on the local cuisine. German coffee breads, herring salad, and liver sausage are a few of the German recipes in the Manistee County Pomona Grange Cookbook. Layered, custard-filled Swedish torte also makes an appearance. Women of Scandinavian descent shared their recipes for Northern European rye breads made with buttermilk and caraway. Polish women contributed recipes for yeast-risen butter cookies called, I do not know how to pronounce that. I can Ballot, Kolaczki. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that though. As the county's new relief administrator, Louise Armstrong was handed FARA's rules and regulations, a large pile of forms, and money to hire caseworkers and rent a downtown office. By mid-October, less than 3 weeks after she was hired, Manastee's new emergency relief office was up and running. Armstrong's immediate task was to get food as quickly as possible into the hands of the unemployed. The old and disabled, former charges of the County Poor Commission, made up her first day's applicants. Following their initial interview, like all other prospective clients, they received a home visit from the FARA investigator to collect the facts and figures needed to determine the amount of relief dollars to be given. Investigators recorded the number and ages of family members and all household expenses, but they also asked if there was a mortgage on the house, if the family had a bank account, if money was owed to the grocer. To help states determine the family food needs, FARA distributed copies of Hazel Steibling's Food Budgets for Nutrition and Production Programs, a guide written for relief administrators that was based on diets and 4 levels of nutrient content and cost. On the assumption that relief would be temporary, the guide came with instructions to follow the least generous, restricted diet intended only for emergencies. To help state relief workers make the necessary computations, Food Budgets was illustrated with detailed nutritional tables. The recommendations displayed in those tables, however, were provisional suggestions based on science that was quickly evolving. The process of implementing them, moreover, introduced a host of variables into the dietary arithmetic. In Michigan alone, the money given to a family of 5 ranged from $1.80 to $5 a week, resulting in a culinary patchwork that changed from county to county and city to city. Despite the government's claims, the scientific precision of federal food relief was illusory. Instead, the diet fed to millions of Americans was experimental, based on a new science and shaped by such unknowns as the inclinations of the administrator, the politics of local officials, and the state of the local economy. In Manistee, a county that had been in a depression since the turn of the century, food allowances were only slightly higher than they had been during the days of the Poor Commission. Louise Armstrong poses with some of the children of the Manastee's relief clients. Louise Armstrong Collection, Bentley Historical Library, University of Michigan. If you can see that. The 2 controllable variables were the type and amount of food that clients were allowed to receive. Michigan's relief distributions used a card or voucher system. In place of cash, the client was given a pink-colored form in duplicate with 2 printed columns running down the length of the paper. The column was broken up by headings such as meats, cereals, canned goods, and vegetables. Under each heading, the relief agency specified the particular items allowed that week and what they could total. The grocer held on to the top form so he could be reimbursed, while the duplicate was sent to the relief office to verify client compliance. There was something about the intrusiveness of those pink food vouchers so easy to spot by fellow shoppers. As one relief client explained, the food ticket is an instrument that puts your soul in limbo while leaving your body among the free. I can still hardly believe we ever accepted the degrading thing, but I know we did. Once you've accepted the hospitality of the nation, the steps downward seem to be greased. I wonder at what point this descent it appears natural to a man to pick up a cigar stump from the gutter. For many people on relief, the image of that stooped figure at the curb, so much at odds with the myth of American self-sufficiency, was an accurate representation of what charity could do to a person. The shame of accepting it was not so much imposed as internalized, bubbling up freely from within. While Hopkins insisted on the nutritional soundness of the FARA diet, those actually on relief rolls felt differently. In fact, the meagerness of the government rations unleashed a wave of protests against state relief administrations. In New York, Los Angeles, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Wichita, and many other cities, Demonstrators besieged emergency relief offices. The authorities dismissed them as left-wing troublemakers, but it was harder to ignore the criticisms of more disinterested observers. In early 1934, Helen Hart, a supervisor with Connecticut's Emergency Relief Commission, suggested that local church families, as a spiritual exercise, try living on a relief diet for a week during Lent to share the experiences of thousands of their fellow citizens. 25 families signed up for the week-long experiment. 17 families were given grocery orders based on the standards for an adequate diet at minimum cost. 3 single women based their meals on the $2.50 a week budget suggested by the state, and 5 families received food directly from Hartford's municipal commissary. After just a week of the experimental diet, test subjects had already begun to feel its effects. One minister lost 2 pounds on the adequate regimen. His wife lost 3, as did the maid and the 2 older children. The baby remained the same weight, but only because his mother had given him part of her rations. Families fed by the municipal commissary found that by the end of the week their children had become noticeably irritable. Adults were unhappy as well. When they demanded some kind of seasoning for their food, welfare supervisors refused. A relief family granted vinegar and mustard, they reasoned, might begin to feel much like other families and lose the will to support themselves. When the news broke about the Hartford experiment, Hopkins offered no defense. Instead, he welcomed the publicity as a repudiation of the prevailing impression that food budgets were unnecessarily liberal. In 1934, as the national economy began to pick up, Hopkins increased food relief budgets, but only slightly. Haunted by the fear of giving too much and inviting dependence, he preferred to address deficiencies in the relief diet through education. To help clients make better use of what they already had, each relief office was encouraged to hire its own resident home economist. In concert with schools, churches, and settlement houses, home economists employed by FARA distributed fact sheets and recipes and arranged for cooking and nutrition classes. For more personalized instruction, they trained a corps of unemployed women to serve as visiting housekeepers who went from home to home teaching women how to select nutritious and palatable foods and prepare them in simple and appetizing combinations. Government cooking classes were well attended. In one of the poorest sections of Chicago, 600 mothers sat through a nutrition demonstration in their children's school, learning how to cook 3 meals a day at 18 cents per person. In New York City public schools, women who in normal times could not be induced to enroll in such classes signed up by the thousands for government cooking lessons. As a result of the Depression, even experienced home cooks felt unprepared. Keeping the family nourished on half of what we had to spend 4 years ago takes more than womanly instinct and maternal advice. It takes knowing whether you get more protein for your money in eggs or meat, whether there's enough calcium for Johnny's bones and teeth in spinach, or do you have to buy the more expensive vegetables? It takes knowledge of the chemistry of cooking, the effects of heat on vitamins, and how to cook cheap cuts of meat so that they are nourishing and palatable. Women wanted food knowledge, and the government was on hand to provide it. At the same time that millions were going hungry, American farmers were letting crops go unharvested. During the 1920s, the post-war collapse of the agricultural prices had driven farmers to produce record crops just to stay afloat. By the 1930s, prices had fallen so prohibitively low that the cost of harvesting crops and transporting them to market was more than many farmers could afford. Instead, like the California farmers in Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath, they left food to rot in the fields. And the first cherries ripened, cent and a half pound. HELL, we can't pick 'em for that. Black and red cherries, full and sweet. The birds eat half of each cherry, and yellow jackets buzz off into the holes birds made. The purple prunes soften and sweeten. My God, we can't pick them and dry them and sulfur them. We can't pay wages, no matter what the wages. But the saddest, bitterest thing of all was the purposeful destruction of wholesome food. In California, citrus growers sprayed carloads of oranges with kerosene to deter foragers, while in Wisconsin, dairymen protesting federal farm policy dumped 40,000 pounds of milk onto the highway. For people driving through the Depression, Stories about food that had been dumped from trucks or thrown into ditches were impossible to reconcile with images of breadlines and news about the rising incidence of childhood malnutrition. In 1932, the paradox of want amid plenty, a phrase coined by the journalist Walter Lippmann, had become a theme of the Great Depression. Under Roosevelt, attempts to resolve it led to a series of government interventions that would bring food to millions of relief families. Pressed by farm state politicians to end surpluses and stabilize failing prices, in May 1933, President Roosevelt created the Agricultural Adjustment Administration. The AAA's first move was to plow under nearly a quarter of the nation's cotton fields. To stem a glut in the hog market, it next arranged to slaughter millions of young pigs and pregnant sows, their carcasses left to decompose in Chicago rail yards or dumped into the Mississippi. As news of the waste spread, Americans grew outraged. With typical alacrity, Roosevelt shifted course and created the Federal Surplus Relief Corporation to buy up surplus food and distribute it to the unemployed. Led by Harry Hopkins, the corporation undertook its first job, the distribution of 23 million pounds of pork. In October 1933, Louis Armstrong received orders to send a truck to the next county to pick up Manastee's share of the federal salt pork. The meat was then divided into 6-pound parcels and delivered to relief clients by a volunteer driver in a borrowed truck. The driver, who had lived in Manistee all his life, was shocked by the living conditions he encountered. Folks with a bunch of kids and old folks living in shanties that ain't fit for pigs, sometimes without even no floor, even dirt. Only dirt. I had a hard time making some of 'em understand about the pork. Some thought I was trying to sell it to 'em. When I said not, they wanted to know if it was really for them, and I finally sees it was a present from the government. A lot of 'em, especially the old folks, broke down and cried. I guess all some of 'em had to eat was potatoes and beans and bread, and not too much of any of that. Some said they hadn't tasted meat for months. Salt pork was just the first of many foods to flow through the surplus commodities pipeline. Between 1933 and 1935, FARA sent millions of tons of government food to distribution in every state of the Union. Over 2 years, Michigan alone received 15 million pounds of pork, 7 million pounds of canned beef, and train cars filled with flour, butter, potatoes, egg, lard, wheat, breakfast cereal, beans, cheese, and fresh beef and veal. Without a precedent to follow, Armstrong had to cobble together a system for storing and distributing government food. Her first necessity was for cold storage, which she found in an empty storefront on Main Street. In the summer of 1934, yet another massive drought hit the Great Plains from North Dakota down to Texas. As it wore on, the cattle began to suffer. The government purchased more than 6 million head of half-starved cattle and sheep and sent them to slaughter. Much of the meat was canned, but some of the carcasses were chilled and sent to any county that could process them. With its cold storage facility, one of those counties was Manistee. For Armstrong's clients, the 5-pound packages of fresh beef and veal were a godsend. Government dry goods were initially stored at the FARA office. When it began to overflow, Armstrong rented a warehouse, which she put under the supervision of a relief client named Henry. For 2 years, Henry and his cat kept the government warehouse neat, clean, and free of mice. As the old frame building filled with supplies, it became a symbol of hope for Armstrong, who took pleasure in gazing over its well-ordered contents. On the way home, we stop at the warehouse. Henry is anxious to have me see the bins the men have been building to take care of the garden products. The big one for the potatoes extends almost the full length of the building and is already partly filled. I think our school children from relief families eating those good baked potatoes this winter with lots of good government butter on them. Perhaps by spring some of those little faces will not look so pinched. Armstrong recruited grocery stores to act as distribution centers, identified by signs hung in their windows. Government food orders filled here. The system ran smoothly for a time, but store owners eventually began to grumble about so many non-paying customers. Rumors began to circulate about renegade grocers demanding money from FARA clients and tainting FARA food. Armstrong responded by cutting out the grocers and setting up a commissary for dispensing food. For families living out in the countryside, she arranged for a truck delivery system. Twice a month, bundles of food were packed and transported to a post office or school or country store where clients could collect their supplies. In summer, they arrived with wagons to help carry the food home, and in winter, sleds. In Washington, the Bureau of Home Economics seized on federal food distributions as another educational opportunity. In the fall of 1933, government salt pork entered American kitchens with instructions attached, courtesy of the Bureau. Salt pork is an all-around meat. You can serve it fried with milk and gravy or with cereals and vegetables in one-dish meals, or in sandwiches and many other savory ways. Among the recipes that followed were fried salt pork with biscuits and gravy, a good supper menu for a cold winter evening, salt pork and scalloped vegetables, baked salt pork stew, salt pork scrapple, and salt pork sandwiches in which the cooked meat was mixed with any combination of chopped eggs, raw cabbage, cottage cheese, and pickles. As Farah prepared to distribute 5 million pounds of beans, Aunt Semi took to the airwaves, briefing homemakers on legume nutrition. A government distribution of canned meat in the winter of 1934 was her cue for a lesson of canned meat cookery. The key to success, she explained, was to reverse the normal cooking order and add meat last. As in this recipe for meat and turnip pie devised by the Bureau of Home Economics and distributed by Farah in the winter of 1934. Cook 1 quart diced turnips tender in 1 quart boiled salt water. Thicken with flour mixed with cold water. Add 1 pint cut up canned meat. Pour into shallow pan or baking dish. Cover with dough and bake in hot oven. For this dough, sift 1 quart flour with 1/2 teaspoons salt and 2 tablespoons baking powder. Work in 4 tablespoons of fat. Add enough liquid, water or fresh milk, or dried or evaporated milk made up with water, about 1/2 cups to make a soft dough. Roll out and pat the dough about 3/4 inch thick. Cover the pie with a sheet of dough or cut it into biscuits and place them close together over the top of the meat and turnip mixture. To facilitate milk distribution, Farah made it available in a number of forms: fresh, evaporated, condensed, and powdered. In 1934, it added yet another product to the dairy lineup, this one engineered by Flora Rose. Back in the 1920s, Columbia nutritionist Henry Sherman had discovered that rats fed a diet of 2/3 ground wheat and 1/3 dry skim milk saw a 10% increase in their lifespan. Making the leap from rodents to hominids, he extrapolated that humans fed the same food would show comparable health benefits. In 1932, with increasing numbers of Americans threatened by malnutrition, Flora Rose decided it was time to produce Sherman's Wonder Food and developed a line of breakfast cereals inspired by his formula. Milcorno, Milkweedo, and Milk-Oto were 3 of America's first fortified foods. I'm sorry. You have to see the way it's spelled. With great fanfare, Rose introduced Milcorno, the first of the cereals, at Cornell's February 1933 Farm and Home Week, where the assembled dignitaries, including Eleanor Roosevelt, wife of the president-elect, were fed a budget meal that included a Milcorno polenta with tomato sauce. The price tag per person was 6.5 cents. Farah chose Milkweedo, manufactured under the Cornell Research Foundation's patent, to add to its shipments of surplus foods, contracting with the Grange League Federation and the Ralston Purina Company to manufacture it. In early 1934, 4 pounds of Milkweedo were added to the monthly rations of millions of families. In Michigan, Layla McGuire, the state's nutrition director, considered Milkweedo an essential part of the minimal relief diet, reminding her staff that a diet of whole wheat and skimmed milk had sustained rats through more than 30 generations. Milk-Guido and its sister cereals represented the pinnacle of scientifically enlightened eating. Forerunners to our own protein bars and nutritional shakes, they were high in nutrients, inexpensive, and non-perishable. White in color with no pronounced flavor of their own, they were versatile too. Easily adapted to a variety of culinary applications, they boosted the nutritional value of whatever dish they touched. They could be baked into muffins, cookies, biscuits, breads, stirred into chowders and chili con carne, mixed into meatloaf, and even used in place of noodles in Chinese chop suey. Here is a version of that Chinese American classic as interpreted by Cornell's Department of Home Economics. Chop suey with milk or no. 2 pounds lean pork cut in cubes. 2 cups sliced celery. 2 cups sliced onions. Salt and pepper to taste. 3 or 4 cups cooked milk or no. Saute pork, add the seasonings in 1/2 cup water and simmer until tender. Add about 1/2 hour before meat is tender, add the celery and onions. If desired, the gravy may be thickened by adding 2 tablespoons of flour to each cup of liquid. Pour this mixture over hot cooked milk or no and serve. During the Great War, America had discovered the strategic value of morale, that go-get-'em spirit would carry the Allies to victory, both on and off the battlefield. Boosting morale became the work of popular songs, movies, and government posters, newsreels, comic strips, and bond rallies. Newspapers ran editorials on the importance of morale and monitored its fluctuations. During the Depression, concerns about morale resurfaced, only this time, in place of the troops, their object was the standing army of the unemployed. Applied to a new kind of conflict, morale during the Great Depression was mainly defined by its absence. Most crucially, as a man lost morale, he also lost the desire to work. As America's Minister of Relief, Harry Hopkins was afraid that the government charity could wind up destroying the work ethic of an entire generation. However, he was fully behind any kind of government-supported help program that allowed people to produce their own food. The subsistence gardens bankrolled by Farah had their origins in the Hoover administration. As a son of rural Iowa, Hoover saw the family farm as the ideal expression of American self-sufficiency. Roosevelt, a gentleman farmer raised on his family's Hyde Park estate, also had a lifelong bias toward the superior economic and moral worth of farm life, and as governor who had urged the unemployed to leave the tenements for clean air and clean living in the countryside. Under his direction, Terra brought vegetable gardens to towns and cities throughout this state, including 2,400 tilled acres of New York City alone. Like his boss, Hopkins believed that giving a jobless man a rake and a hoe would lift him out of the mental state into which idleness inevitably plunges him, and as director of federal relief, he expanded community and subsistence gardening across the nation. In Manistee, with seeds provided by the government, community gardens produced carrots, turnips, squash, and nearly 2,000 bushels of potatoes, all distributed to the poor. Out in the countryside, clients were given free seeds to till their own plots, called thrift gardens. In many states, relief administrators denied food orders to any able-bodied client who refused to plant a garden. To make the most of the harvest, in thousands of counties around the nation, Farah set up the community canning stations, allowing thrift gardeners the use of equipment they could not otherwise afford. In bigger towns, canning stations were set up in municipal buildings and furnished with steam-heated pressure cookers and sealing machines. In poor sections of the rural South, farmers built tin-roofed canning centers with screen windows, though most of the canning process took place outdoors on stoves made out of gasoline drums. All canning stations were staffed with an instructor familiar with the latest and safest canning methods, as prescribed by the Bureau of Home Economics. In one remote Oregon county, an instructor traveled from farm to farm on a mobile cannery made from an old truck and some discarded family equipment. Demand for instruction was so strong that the truck was kept busy day and night. In 1934, Michigan unemployed tilled 85,000 thrift gardens, while the state's canning centers preserved roughly 2 million quarts of vegetables. In home kitchens, women with more food than the family could use preserved it, and gave it away in charity canning drives, like the one organized by the American Legion in Benton Harbor, Michigan. If you are going to make jellies and jams this summer, ran a story in the local paper, why not follow the example of the many unselfish women who are putting up a few gift glasses every time they make a batch of jelly for their own families? The following is a recipe for paradise jelly, a garnet-colored preserve made from quince, crabapple, and cranberry, three fruits harvested late in the season. Paradise jelly: 20 crabapples, 10 quinces, 1 quart cranberries. Wash and pick over cranberries, wash crabapples and quinces, and cut into small pieces, cutting out blossom end and all defective parts. Put into kettle with enough cold water to cover and add cranberries. Cook and cook until soft. Strain through jelly bag. Measure juice. Bring to the boiling point, and for every cup of juice add 1 cup sugar. Boil, skimming as necessary, and when syrup sheets from spoon, turn into sterilized jelly glasses and cover with paraffin. Cover with a second layer of paraffin when cold. It will take about 8 minutes to cook the juice and sugar. Late in 1934, a field investigator named Edward Webster handed in a report to his boss, Harry Hopkins, that seemed to bear out the FARA director's darkest predictions. In Missouri, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas, Webster found that the unemployed had stopped bothering to look for work and were now heading directly to the relief office. As a result, relief loads were inexorably rising. Once a relief client was on board, the report continued, his values and attributes underwent radical modification. People who had once shuddered at the idea of charity lapsed into a comfortable state of dependency, and before too long were demanding relief as one of the rights of American citizens. Federal relief was never meant for the long haul. Webster's report, one in a series of similar sentiment, was only hastened to the inevitable. In a historic first, President Roosevelt's 1935 State of the Union address was both broadcast on radio and recorded on film. With the House of Representatives ablaze with Klieg lights and raucous audience overflowing the galleries into the aisles and down the corridors, the occasion might have been mistaken for a Hollywood premiere. The mood changed, however, when an unsmiling Roosevelt began to speak. To anyone who had taken heart at his inauguration promises, his announcement that day seemed to emanate from a different man. Both history and recent experience, the president said, show conclusively that continued dependence upon relief induces a spiritual and moral disintegration fundamentally destructive to the national fiber. To dole out relief in this way is to administer a narcotic, a subtle destroyer of the human spirit. It is inimical to the dictates of sound policy. It is in violation of the traditions of America. While the job of giving relief would go back to counties and local politicians, the federal government would embark on a vast new program that came to be known as the Works Progress Administration. Armstrong says repeatedly that her book is just an account of her experiences, not a defense or critique of one relief policy over another, but she can't hold back and gives her opinion anyway. In her telling, when control was returned to the counties, the whole relief system was recontaminated by the crooks and power brokers who had run it for years. When Armstrong saw the hopelessness of the situation, she resigned. For 2 years, federal relief had been a fearless, honest effort to relieve human suffering, but that period was over and another was starting. Okay, before I start reading chapter 8, I'm just going to put this down for a moment and read the chat. Hello, Kara. Hello. Oh, hello, Iban Westbrook. Yeah, in a way, that's kind of true. I don't even know what you mean by death clocks. I remember when I was younger, I don't know actually what year it might have been. I think it was like somewhere like close to the year 2000. Um, when I was still in school, there was a teacher who was obsessed with some like statistics page, and he was encouraging all students to go home and look up this page that was like it was showing it was like showing how much time elapsed between children being born and people dying. It was interesting. Yeah, basically the whole Y2K thing. I mean, people were afraid of so much back then, but they were also like over focused on things like statistics and the whole like that whole thing of like number stuff. I think I'm going to get something to drink, maybe some salted water. Yeah, I didn't really like the idea of like the some of the recipes it was describing, but that's okay because I feel like it's at least good that people were using using what they could. Um, that one recipe about jelly was very interesting too because I would think that it would be kind of sour, wouldn't it? Or at least tart. So that's an interesting thing to imagine, like sour apple and cranberry and quince. It's just very interesting. Um, but I'll be right back. I'll get something more hydrating. Maybe I'll have hibiscus tea. Yeah, I'll be right back. My hand up here on the handle. The handle is still hot. Further down. Let me just put that over here and let it cool off some before I start drinking it. Interesting too, the original name for basically cream of wheat. I feel like that's basically cream of wheat, what it was describing. Milk wheat, so. An oatmeal. Like usually people have milk in their oatmeal. There's somebody doing something. They're probably like using a leaf blower. That's usually what you see this time of year when it's not, it doesn't make sense to mow anything. So people are probably just using um, leaf blowers. Although I would say sometime last week there was somebody using a saw for hours off and on. I think they must have been either cutting branches or maybe they were like cutting a tree down. I don't know. But it went on. It was like an all day thing. Like the saw would be going and then it would stop. And then it would be going again later and then it would stop. It's such a weird sound sometimes. It's so weird though how it's like it's it's nice enough to wear short sleeves again for now. Um but it's not really spring yet. It doesn't really feel spring temperature yet. It's just for now it's at least pleasant enough for short sleeves. No, it's just funny though. Like when you're taking a nap or something and you hear that, it's like, what on earth? What is that? And like you don't immediately think it's a saw because it's such a weird, like unnatural sound. Whereas on the other hand, it's cool to me how people can use saws as instruments. Not the kind that's electric, of course, but I mean, I've heard it before used in a song like it was almost like a string instrument type sound. It's very interesting. Mm. Mm. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I remember I remember something where it was like there were, I don't think there were too many cases of it, but there was like at least one case where a woman heard a like high pitched sound, and um, then I think she ended up having hearing loss over it. And she heard it, but other people didn't hear it. And it was like suggested that it might have been like some kind of um, like sound experiment thing, like them sitting out like a frequency thing to. A banshee. What's scary is like there's that song that actually was about that by Kate Bush, about an experiment that was run on sound. Hello, Iqbal Hussein. I don't know if that's how I should pronounce your name. Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's louder now. Hmm. Hmm. Anyway, I should probably continue. Hmm. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. 2 weeks into his new administration, in a show of gastronomic solidarity with the American people, President Roosevelt sat down to a modest lunch of hot deviled eggs in tomato sauce, mashed potatoes, and for dessert, prune pudding. And what would become a daily routine, lunch that day had been rolled into the Oval Office to be eaten at the president's desk. Here, just 24 hours earlier, FDR had signed a bill to reduce federal spending by cutting veterans' benefits. The economy menu is part of a new austerity program adopted by the White House to show America that the first family too is cutting costs. No sacrifice had been made, however, when it came to nutrition. On the contrary, the president's budget lunch provided a balanced composition of calories and nutrients: eggs for iron and protein, potato for energy, prunes and tomatoes for vitamins A and C, and all for a total of 7.5 cents. When reporters asked the president what he thought of the food, he answered that it was good and that he had cleaned his plate. For any homemaker inspired to cook the same meal for her own family, the newspapers included the recipes for all three dishes. Prune pudding, a molded dessert thickened by a slurry of flour and water, was one of the many Depression-era dishes to make use of the dried fruit, the more economical alternative to fresh. Prune pudding. 1/4 pound prunes, 1/2 cupful of cold water, 1/2 cupful of sugar, 2 cupfuls prune water, 1-inch stick of cinnamon, 1/4 teaspoonful powdered cinnamon, 4 tablespoonful of 4 tablespoonful of cold water. Soak prunes overnight in 1 1/2 cupfuls of cold water. Cook in same water until tender or slow fire in covered dish. Drain. Save liquid. Remove seeds, cut prunes into bits. Add sugar, cinnamon, and hot prune juice. If juices do not measure 2 cupfuls, add enough water to make up the measure. Bring to boiling point and simmer 10 minutes. To the flour, add 4 tablespoonfuls of cold water and mix into a smooth paste. Add slowly to the prune mixture, stirring carefully, and cook for 10 minutes over a low fire of boiling water. Remove stick of cinnamon and pour into a bowl or mold. Serve cold. See, I would think that would be more appetizing hot than cold. Food, like language, is always in motion, propelled by the same events that fill our history books. Wars, advances in science and technology, and shifting patterns of migration and commerce are continuously shaping and reshaping the foods that sustain us. During the 1930s, home economists took it upon themselves to interrupt a typically organic process and in one colossal push replace traditional foodways with a scientifically designed eating program. With roots stretching all the way back to the mid 19th century, their vision was not exactly new. The Depression, however, had galvanized an already committed group of reformers, their renewed determination matched by growing fears about nutrition felt by ordinary Americans. But if the country was finally ready for change, nothing could happen without nutritional standards. The job of creating them was taken up by a female dominated branch of the United States Department of Agriculture called the Bureau of Home Economics. The Bureau's founding was the culmination of a 4 decade long relationship between home economists and the federal government. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. My nose started dripping. As far back as Wilbur O. Atwater and his calorimeter, home economists had been on the scene working as laboratory assistants for the eminent scientist. What they learned from Atwater they applied to practical kitchen tasks, the results of their studies published by the USDA. One of the earliest, Bread and the Principles of Bread Making, was by Atwater's daughter Helen, who would go on to become the editor of the Journal of Home Economics. In 1907, the government's nutrition studies were removed from Connecticut, Atwater's home base, into the Washington offices of the USDA. Here, a small room was set up as a kitchen laboratory that eventually became the hub of the Office of Home Economics, which was established in 1915. During World War I, the government kitchen became a hotbed of culinary research. With food conservation a matter of national security, home economists dropped whatever food projects they were working on to figure out what Americans should eat now that beef, pork, wheat, and sugar were being shipped overseas to feed the troops and were temporarily off the home front menu. Using Atwater substitution theory, they developed an emergency diet that used cornmeal and barley flour in place of wheat, honey and sorghum instead of sugar, and beans and nuts rather than animal protein. Conservation recipes were formulated, printed up as cards, and distributed to homemakers around the country. Recipes, though, took home cooks only as far as the next meal. To plan menus, women also needed to understand the science behind the recipes. Food guides published during the war, like Lucy Gillette's Food Primer for the Home, filled that role, introducing women to vitamins, calories, and the concept of food groups, knowledge they could use to plan balanced menus long after the war was over. Having proved its usefulness in a national emergency, the Office of Home Economics was promoted to the status of bureau in 1923. There was no corresponding raise, however, in government funds. The new bureau was housed in the temporary dormitories built for women defense workers during the war and had just 7 employees. Louise Stanley, the bureau chief, was a 40-year-old professor of home economics from rural Tennessee who had earned a doctorate in chemistry at Yale. Over the next 20 years, Stanley would stake out a place for economics in the federal government, gathering under one roof with the largest staff of female scientists anywhere in the country. The Bureau was organized into 3 fact-finding divisions: clothing and textiles, economics, and food and nutrition. The research objective of all 3 was to develop a body of best housekeeping practices, scientifically tested protocols, and procedures that women would refer to for expert instruction. What that meant in terms of food was setting dietary standards, quantitative guidelines for feeding the family, similar to Atwater's, only updated to include the newer vitamin research. But arriving at those numbers, the holy grail of American nutritionists, would take years of investigation. In the meantime, women had everyday food problems to be solved, which the Bureau treated with the utmost in scientific rigor. Bureau scientists tackled questions like which cooking fat delivered the flakiest pie crust, which was the ideal storage temperature for sweet potatoes, and how to prepare a tender Sunday roast, a study that ran a full 6 years. When sufficient information was gathered, it was written up as a government bulletin and sent out to any woman who requested a copy. Louise Stanley, chief of the Bureau of Home Economics from 1923 to 1943, National Photo Company Collection, Library of Congress, LCDIG, NPCC 24560. Yeah, I mean, that is true. That's why knowledge is power. um, every year, the Bureau received a regular stream of letters requesting professional help on some aspect of cleaning, cooking, or sewing. In 1931, letters began pouring in from women struggling to feed their children. Many of the women who worked at the Bureau, Stanley included, have been active in food education drive launched during the war. With past experience, a dress rehearsal for the current emergency, in 1931 the Bureau began a campaign to flood the American public with information on food and nutrition. For the most current research, they looked to Henry Sherman at Columbia University and Elmer V. McCollum of vitamin fame. Before the science could be disseminated, however, the Bureau had to sift it, strip it down, and translate it into concrete food recommendations. In 1930, Hazel Steibling, the Bureau's newly hired food economist, had cobbled together an emergency diet for people affected by the southern drought. The following year, those mimeograph pages were refined and expanded into a little booklet called Adequate Diets for People of Limited Income, the first in a series of increasingly sophisticated federal food guidelines. An Ohio farm girl, Steibling had, as a college student, discovered Henry Sherman's The Chemistry of Food and Nutrition and was immediately captivated, plowing through half the book at the first sitting. Steibling attended Columbia University, where she worked under Sherman, receiving her doctorate in chemistry in 1928. 2 years later, she joined the Bureau as a senior food economist. The food guides issued by the Bureau served both as prescriptions for rational eating and nutritional primers. They familiarized readers with each of the known vitamins and minerals and described their contribution to maintaining good health, information that for most people was sketchy at best. During the war, home economists like Lucy Gillette had been confident that with expert guidance, even the poor could afford good nutrition. Depression-era food guides accepted the much bleaker reality that some Americans were insufficiently fed, even in times of prosperity, and were now so poor that a balanced diet was beyond their means. The worst off were Southern sharecroppers, who, according to the Bureau, were not only vitamin-starved but also averse to healthy variety of foods. In deference to culinary custom, the Bureau advised a suitably limited diet that left poor Southerners open to pellagra, a glaring instance of racial bias masquerading as cultural sensitivity. Published in 1933, Diets at Four Levels of Nutritive Content and Cost was Stibling's technical treatise on eating according to income bracket, followed 3 years later by Diets to Fit the Family Income, a layperson's guide based on the same formula. The first step for readers of Diets to Fit the Family Income was to find their place on Stibling's income scale. Those at the high end, households earning more than $85,000 today a year, were granted a liberal diet of varied foods in generous amounts. A moderate diet, which contained fewer of the protective foods, but which Stibling assured readers was still fully satisfactory in all nutritional details, was for families in the $3,000 to $4,000 bracket. A minimum diet designed for households earning between $1,000 and $2,000 met all nutritional needs, but as cheaply as possible with just enough fruits and vegetables, eggs, and meat to maintain overall health. Where resources were extremely meager, however, the family's sole option was a restricted diet, recommended only for short periods. Based on bread and milk, the restricted diet provided no margin of safety in the case of unforeseen calamities like a scorched pot of beans or a moldy bag of flour. A selection of menus showing how each of the four diets might translate into actual meals gave solidity to the culinary differences between rich and poor, a particularly bitter illustration for those in the bottom tiers, the women most likely to need such a publication. Nutrition in the 1930s was an emotionally fraught topic. Vitamins, both invisible and fragile, were especially concerning. More than anything else, women were afraid of the hidden hunger caused by undetectable vitamin deficiencies that could well be injuring their children. In a letter to Louise Stanley, Lucy Gillette observed that the Depression seemed to have crystallized a nutrition consciousness throughout the country, with more people inquiring how they might protect the health of their children than ever before. Home economists leveraged those fears. To ensure compliance, Bureau food guides came with stark admonitions warning mothers that poor nutrition in childhood could handicap a person for life. Women were left with the impression that one false move on their part meant their children would grow up with night blindness and bowed knees. Aunt Sammy, on the other hand, on the radio show Housekeeper's Chat, made it all sound manageable. As the Depression progressed, Aunt Sammy became the Bureau's voice of reassurance, assuaging the country's nutritional fears in her small-town cadence. On the subject of vitamins, she had this to say: "Most of us who have a simple but varied diet and are without food prejudices get our supply of vitamins whether we think about it or not." Her taste in food was equally no-nonsense. Aunt Sammy appreciated the frugal standbys that were a regular part of the America's ancestral diet, but that had more recently fallen out of favor. Cracked whole wheat, an ingredient traditionally used to make breakfast porridge, was one of the old-time economy foods promoted by Bureau nutritionists. Aunt Sammy became its champion. Here she is in a 1932 broadcast elaborating on the virtues of this generally unfamiliar food, an item that many of her listeners would have associated with animal feed. Maybe it's my Scotch blood, maybe it's the early training from a thrifty grandmother, maybe it's the hungry people I've seen and the undernourished children. Anyway, I always hate to see good food going to waste, especially when pocketbooks are thin. That's why I want to remind you today about one of our best foods, which has been neglected by housewives in recent years. Whole wheat. Wheat in the kernel is plentiful and cheap these days, especially in the wheat belt. You can get wheat at the food store or mill, or maybe from a farmer in your neighborhood. Yet many people I've been hearing about have gone hungry because they don't know how to use this wheat, how to fix it in tasteful dishes that the whole family will enjoy. Whole wheat in milk chowder with carrots, onions, parsley, and pork. Whole wheat with diced beef and chili pepper. Whole wheat scalloped with liver and bacon. And whole wheat stewed with tomatoes and served on toast were a few of Aunt Sammy's cooking suggestions. Another concoction, Whole wheat, fish, and tomatoes exemplifies the Bureau's continuing effort to find new applications for low-cost ingredients. Whole wheat, fish, and tomatoes. 1/2 pound canned fish, 1 quart canned tomatoes, 1/2 cup chopped celery, 1/2 teaspoon of pepper, and 2 cups cooked whole wheat. Drain the fish, reserve the liquid, and flake the fish into small pieces. Cook tomatoes, celery, and fish liquid until the mixture is fairly thick. Add the seasoning, wheat, and fish, cook a few minutes longer, and stir to blend well. Well aware that its Depression diet was based on foods that many people would have preferred not to eat, the Bureau was always looking for ways to counteract food biases. One strategy was to dress up low-status foods like beans, a critical source of cheap protein. To impart a touch of elegance to a bowl of split pea soup, why not float a thin slice of lemon on top and sprinkle it with some bright red paprika and finely chopped parsley? Or beans could be mashed, formed into dainty patties, and fried like croquettes. Here, for a novel bean presentation, Aunt Sammy suggests using them as a stuffing. Stuffed onions. Cut large onions in half. Simmer in lightly salted water until almost tender. Lift the onions out and remove the center rings. Chop and mix with cooked or canned beans. Season to taste with salt and pepper and fill the onion shells with the mixture. Sprinkle breadcrumbs on top and bake in the oven until the onions are tender and brown on top. The Bureau's information service was prolific and well coordinated. The release of each new food guide and recipe circular was synchronized both with Aunt Sammy's housekeeper's chat and with a weekly newspaper food column called The Market Basket, created by the Bureau in 1931. The same information was carried into rural America by home extension agents, government-paid instructors connected with the country's land-grant colleges, who used the Bureau's food guides as their textbooks. In 1934, the Bureau attracted the attention of a media ally, a writer who not only helped spread the Bureau's message but also adopted it as his personal credo. In 1920s, Gov. Hambridge had become interested in the marriage between modern science and food production and published a series of articles in Ladies' Home Journal about how that union was changing the national cuisine. With help from bacteriologists, chemists, and engineers, he reported food manufacturers were supplying the public with products of unparalleled purity and consistency. In home kitchens, women were reaping the benefits of science in the forms of labor-saving devices and canned or frosted foods that defied the old laws of seasonal availability. The new era in food, however, was interrupted by the Depression. Moved by the economic crisis, Hambidge turned his focus from food technology to nutrition, another facet of the scientific revolution that was reshaping American foodways. The Bureau of Home Economics could not have asked for a more dedicated spokesperson. Published in Ladies' Home Journal, his article, Make the Diet Fit the Pocketbook, an explanation of Stible's 4 diets for 4 income levels, reached more than 2.5 million readers. Over the next year, he expanded the article into Your Meals and Your Money, a book-length explication of Stible's principles written for a mass audience. The following year, Hambidge quit the magazine business and got a job with the United States Department of Agriculture, where he continued to advocate for nutrition education. Information from the Bureau flowed through many channels. Its patron, however, was Eleanor Roosevelt. Before the Roosevelts had even moved into the White House, Eleanor wrote to Louise Stanley, suggesting the two women meet, part of her plan to convene Washington's women executives and harness their combined talents. Over the next decade, the two women carried on regular correspondence, with Stanley a frequent guest at the First Lady's all-women press conferences and her personal appearances in print On the radio, Eleanor kept the public informed about the Bureau's work. Early that first spring, as a guest on a USDA radio show called the National Farm and Home Hour, she endorsed the Bureau's diet for children, stressing the importance of feeding one's child right proportions, as outlined by government scientists. In these hard times, food is vital to our children's health, she told the nation, and not merely any food you happen to have, but the right kind of food. From time to time, the Bureau is attacked as an example of government bureaucracy run amok. When conservative critics asked why government money should pay for research on how to clean rugs and put up preserves, Eleanor dashed off a letter to the newspapers. The countless people helped by the Bureau, she insisted, had more than compensated for its small cost to American taxpayers. As the Bureau well knew, Eleanor's stamp of approval was a public relations windfall. A few words from the First Lady on any subject, and it takes on an importance it could acquire in no other way, was how the Bureau's information chief described Eleanor's influence, second only to that of the president himself. In a more personal act of patronage, Eleanor brought home economics into the White House. On a visit to Cornell early in 1933, Eleanor sampled one of the economy meals devised by her friend Flora Rose. On the menu that day was polenta made with milk orno, the nutritional compound developed by Rose to feed the unemployed. Eleanor was favorably impressed, in fact, so much that she decided to continue the diet at home. Events like this, staged tastings in which people of note, politicians mostly, publicly endorsed depression menus, had become a kind of civic ritual. No politician, however, was expected to extend the sacrifice and make these economy meals a regular habit. That was partly because most of the tasters were men. Eleanor, however, on the verge of becoming First Lady and running the country's most scrutinized household, saw a teaching opportunity. She already believed that home economics could deliver women from the drudgery of traditional housekeeping. The budget lunch demonstrated those same women could contribute to society in a time of crisis. The women who practiced balanced nutrition guarded by her family's health, and by extension that of the country, when it was most at risk. Born to a household full of servants, Eleanor had little first-hand kitchen experience. By her own account, the one dish she cooked for the family was scrambled eggs, prepared à table in a large silver chafing dish. An unlikely gastronomic role model, as First Lady Eleanor nonetheless was in unique position to showcase the food recommended by home economists and inspire America's home cooks. And what better way to make her point than by serving the same food to her own family? The president's budget luncheon signaled a culinary regime change at the White House. Going forward, the first family would eat turkey tetrazzini and corned beef hash just like normal Americans. At Eleanor's decree, culinary economizing was extended to guests as well, a directive she put into action on her first day in the White House. The inaugural lunch menu consisted of cold jellied bouillon, chicken and salmon salads, and bread and butter sandwiches, a long way from the elaborate spreads that had been par for the course at such gala occasions. For dinner that night, she requested oyster stew with crackers, scrambled eggs, creamed chicken, peas, rolls, and biscuits, a New England countryman's supper, as the White House butler described it. Staff members familiar with how things were done in the White House were scandalized by the departure from culinary precedent. However, Eleanor also had her allies. The new housekeeper, 59-year-old Henrietta Nesbit, whom the First Lady had brought down from Hyde Park, shared her employer's appreciation for plain food, plainly cooked. A homemaker with no professional kitchen experience, Nesbit was in charge of all provisioning and menu planning. Her culinary fingerprints, easily recognized in dishes like ham loaf and chipped beef and noodle casserole, foods more at home in a school lunchroom than the presidential mansion. Under Nesbit's supervision, the White House put out not only some of the dreariest food in Washington, but also some of the most dismally prepared. Though Nesbit was not personally behind the stove, she stood over the cooks, making sure each dish was overcooked or undercooked, or ruined one way or another. What? Yeah, she stood over the cooks, making sure that each dish was overcooked or undercooked, or ruined one way or another. Dinner guests, appalled by the by the consistently miserable cooking they encountered at the White House table, recorded their gastronomic misadventures. Senator Hiram Johnson described a meal with FDR that included indifferent chowder, followed by some mutton served in slices already cut, which had become almost cold, with peas that were none too palatable. When Ernest Hemingway was invited to dine in the White House in 1937, he was warned to expect the worst. Still, he was taken aback by the rainwater soup and the rubber squab. Luckily for Hemingway, he was spared Miss Nesbit's inspired vegetables, which developed a reputation as one of her many foods to avoid. Experienced invitees came prepared and made sure to eat before leaving the house. Preparedness may also explain the torrent of medical excuses sent in by dinner guests, a strategy of avoidance that Nesbit picked up on. Sometimes it seemed to me that practically all the leading men in the world had ulcers, and often when a group of them were having dinner in the White House, we'd have as many as 150 forbidden items. Nesbit was unsympathetic to the ulcerites, grown men fussing over their food like children. The Roosevelt's officious housekeeper, Henrietta Nesbit, 1939, Harrison Ewing Collection, Library of Congress, LC DIG HEC 26752. Her food under attack, she became an expert at deflecting criticism, even when it came from the president. One of FDR's favorite foods was traditionally prepared Maryland terrapin soup. Miss Nesbit's version was watery. When FDR registered his complaint, her feelings were bruised, but only for a little while. She felt much better when she learned that FDR was in a stew over problems with the gold standard, assuring herself that she was the convenient punching bag for his frustrations. This became the pattern. When he complained, she chalked up his grumbling to the pressures of his job and dismissed his comments as more of the same food peevishness found in so many other men. FDR suffered Nesbit's kitchen tyranny for 12 years, but to be fair, she had been given an impossible assignment. By committing the White House to home economics, Eleanor had volunteered her husband for a culinary experiment that was guaranteed to make him unhappy. FDR recoiled from the plebeian food foisted on him as president. Perhaps no dish was more off-putting to him than what home economists referred to as salads, assemblages made from canned fruit, cream cheese, gelatin, and mayonnaise. A man inclined to indulge his appetites, FDR was partial to fine foods expertly prepared. He was a connoisseur of wild fowl, which he insisted must be eaten rare. He liked his roast beef bloody, too, the juices pink and running. He enjoyed filet mignon, lobster, oysters, crab, Lake Superior whitefish, and king salmon, boned and planked. He had a special affection for caviar and pâté de foie gras baked en croûte. Eleanor, by contrast, was content with a supper of milk and crackers. Victuals to her are something to inject into the body, was how her son James described his mother's approach to eating. Where other people hankered for a French souffle, her enjoyment came from non-gustatory sources. I would be most unhappy if I could not buy new books, she once told a group of women at the White House. But having beefsteak for dinner would mean nothing to me whatsoever. As first hostess, Eleanor spent countless hours anticipating other people's food desires, her husband's included, but displayed none of her own. Still, in her way, Eleanor cared about food, not for how it tasted, but what it represented. Scientific cookery, a cuisine of female empowerment, spoke to the feminist in Eleanor. The progressive in her believed that it was good for society. Closer to home, scientific cookery resonated with Eleanor's own ambivalence to the pleasures of the table. Growing up, Eleanor had learned the Protestant virtue of self denial from her church going mother and grandmother. During the Depression, with millions of Americans destitute, those childhood lessons seemed more pertinent to her than ever before. They helped Eleanor find meaning in the Depression. As First Lady, she made it her mission to share them with the rest of the country, to the point of her 1933 book, It's Up to the Women. Part political manifesto, part homily, and part homemaking manual, It's Up to the Women invited American women to break their dependence on material pleasure and return to the values of their more disciplined New England ancestors. To get them started, Eleanor devoted a full chapter to the Cornell diet, the kind of food those abstemious ancestors would have sanctioned. In home economics, Eleanor found a way of thinking about food that was consistent with her values. Built on self denial, scientific cookery not only dismissed pleasure as non essential, but also treated it as an impediment to healthy eating. Placing too much stock in the way the food tasted would steer us to the wrong kinds of foods rich, highly seasoned, and extravagant. But where our taste buds failed us, science would jump in. Home economists hitched their cause to the most beloved First Lady in American history, and with her support, they helped reshape the nation's culinary consciousness. Before I go on, I'm going to say a few things about that. Yes, actually, I have that. Where is it? I have that right here. This is how far I'm in with the jungle. I've not finished reading that yet. I don't know what chapter I'm on. I can look. Oh. I'm actually no. I'm in the middle. Not not actually. Um, I don't know which chapter this is then in the jungle that I'm at right now. Oh, chapter 13. It's been actually a while since I picked it up, but I have to take breaks reading The Jungle because it's just so very emotionally intense and heavy, and it's fantastic, but it's such a painful read. Some things I wanted to say though, um, just kind of like thinking about the whole oatmeal thing and like the way that wheat was being talked about earlier in this, or not earlier, but just like within the chapter. Um, when you pick up so many different things and examine them, you'll notice like there's a lot that uses wheat as a filler, and it's so much more common than people want to really think about. Um, so wheat is, I mean, it's something that is every bit as useful um, as a binder as things like egg would be to bind. Um, like if you're making some form of like say you want a black bean patty and you don't want the beans to just kind of like crumble apart as you're putting it on your bread. Some wheat flour or any other kind of like starchy flour is going to help that from, or it should anyway. The starches work, especially with wheat. It works to really make a good veggie patty or like bean patty, like it really does help. And then there are all kinds of anyway, what I'm saying is, and even with soup, there are all kinds of different soup bases that benefit from having a little bit of starch. And wheat's a good, I think wheat's a good ingredient to make use of, as well as oatmeal. Um, Honestly, the thing though with oatmeal, I know that Stephen Gundry has some things there. He's kind of like, he talks sort of like against oatmeal, like the use of it, like oatmeal's um, kind of like a harsh fiber. But I feel like if you blend oatmeal well enough and turn it into a flour, I don't really see how that can harm you as much um, as it would if you were just having oatmeal in a granola bar. Because I could see where that, in its more dried out, roasted form, might be um, not so great because it's harder for you to digest it. It becomes more like insoluble fiber. But I feel like it's easier if you blend it, and it can add a little bit of protein even blending oats into things. Anyway, so I honestly feel like there are things um, that are popping up in ways that you don't really notice until you look at the back and you see certain ingredients. Um, and there are so many benefits that come from some things like that. Texture wise, and just like if you don't want certain things, like it's just, it can be so much healthier using something like wheat or something like oats. Um, Also, the thing with Eleanor Roosevelt, I do agree that when you go really far with intense flavor, you end up craving that intense flavor, like whatever it is. Like if you get really spoiled by like buttery things a lot, if you have too much of that too often, you can kind of become, it's weird to say desensitized, but it's like you can become desensitized to anything, and you can become desensitized to these flavor intensifier things like butter. And then when you have a vegetable in its more natural way, like if you prepare even green beans in a more natural way where it's steamed and salted, then it becomes something that feels lacking. Whereas you'd appreciate it more and really be able to take time and enjoy the flavors that exist within just the green bean itself with the salt, if, or even without the salt, if you allow yourself to have things without all the sauces and all the like butters and all these things that intensify flavors. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that. even there, I feel like um, I feel like there are too many ingredients that really get seen as negative that are not necessarily. I feel that way with soybeans. So like soy also pops up in all kinds of things, but I feel like as long as you are mm, balancing your protein with other sources and you're not just relying on soybeans, I don't see soybeans popping up here and there an issue. Yeah, that's true. Like you'll see soybean oil in fact in a lot of things where it was originally like canola, like switching out from canola to soy. Um, and different oils have different what do you call it? Some of them are better for higher heat, and some of them are worse for higher heat and are better for low heat. Like coconut oil or MCT oil is fantastic um, for frying or anything else because it doesn't hydrogenate so much. Yeah. The funny thing about corn syrup, I read this interesting thing where it was like, actually, I didn't read it. There's an interesting video where Robert Lustig, I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name, he's talking about corn syrup, and it's just very interesting because if an athlete has corn syrup after a workout, it can help them to start the process of recovering their muscles. Like if they pair it with protein, um, but it's one of those ingredients that gets used to death. Like they've just put it in so many different things where it's not necessary for them to do. Yeah, and so they've put it in things really so that people will overindulge because and then there's that issue with artificial sweeteners. There are a lot of artificial sweeteners that taste sweeter than sugar, but are actually much more harmful than sugar in various ways. And then there's the whole thing about, and I don't remember which book it's in. I think it's one of these books that I've read where it's talking about how corn used to be more fiber than it is. and it used to be much harder and tougher to boil down. And Americans slowly changed corn over time, and now it doesn't have the benefits that corn originally had. And um, and there's an issue with niacin deficiency, where um, it has a type of niacin that, because I think something else that's in the corn actually makes it hard for you to absorb the niacin in it. If people are using corn as a way to get their niacin, they end up deficient in niacin if they have diets loaded down with corn, or they're eating corn all the time. And it's hard to avoid corn, because corn now, it really does pop up in all kinds of things. And at one point, um, candy companies were looking at the dextrose within corn as a positive thing, as a positive alternative to sugar, because dextrose from the corn um, is so readily absorbed. Which, on the one hand, that's good, but on the other hand, there are other things that, if not used in moderation, end up being a bad thing. Like you said, with things becoming addictive, especially with it being sweeter than sugar. Anyway, yeah, it's all very interesting. That is interesting, though, to me too. How that basically the chef was like refused to believe that the negative comments about her cooking were really, like, she didn't take any of it to heart. Like, I just find that so funny. I almost see that as like a way for, like, together for them to kind of heighten the awareness that the American people, like, this is what they were eating too. This is what they were left with too. So if that were needing to change, they have to have the same thing that the American public was eating or being told to eat. Like, I think that's actually pretty ingenious. Mm. But yeah, the jungle. To talk about that a little bit more. Um, just to realize that that was written, um, like, very lightly masked as fiction, but it came from so much research, where the author himself even did um, investigative journalism into those places. He went there and experienced some of the things that he wrote about in it. Um, he he also was told firsthand accounts of things that people were experiencing. So even though The Jungle is a work of nonfiction, it's basically very veiled nonfiction. Yeah, it became a banned book. Um, but it actually was due to that book that I think it was the Human Safety Act. Anyway, it was due to that book that that things finally were changed with working conditions. It took that for things to change. Um, and I've not seen the movie. I was thinking after I watch, not watch, after I read the book that maybe I'll see the movie. Um, I've heard that there's a movie of The Jungle, but I've not seen it. Stefano, hi. I don't know what you mean. Like the other day when you mentioned your novel idea, I didn't think that was a bad idea for you to have mentioned your novel. Um, I mean, one can write a novel about any number of things. I don't personally enjoy writing a book that's on the lines of suspense. Like, I wrote The Printer and that trilogy, and it was just the level of suspense that I felt comfortable with writing. But even within it being like, this is kind of like the limit for me as far as like uncomfortable writing something goes, it was still uncomfortable enough that like I didn't like you feel stressed writing suspense. And for me that's not a fun thing. And I feel like I enjoy writing where it's the kind of thing where you're tackling an idea or a concept in such a way that there's some form of epiphany you draw from it or something where it's like you come to a conclusion that feels resolving. And I feel like with suspense the idea is like dragging on that thing, like that's the main um like that's what makes suspense is that you're basically holding off on the conclusion. I actually have no idea. I don't keep up with that. It gets confusing for me. So I don't know when I try to think about them all. Um, because I could think about them in the order in which I wrote them. Like I do have them, like I did go through and buy nearly all of them. It's just that some of them I published in in other ways where it's like I have certain volumes of books I've published that contain more than one book, for instance. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's good to challenge yourself. And I feel like it did grow me as a writer to take that sort of challenge. When I had those ideas, I was like, okay, this isn't what I usually write, but I'll try it. No, Stefano, I didn't think that. Don't worry about that. I mean, I myself, like, I've had ideas before that I was really uncertain about. I mean, take for instance the one that I just published. For years, I was uncertain about that book for many, many reasons, and I had to determine what parts I needed to fix before I could actually start writing it. Oh, nice. I've actually never read anything by H.P. Lovecraft. I'm not sure if he's um, mainly like fantasy or along the lines of like scary, or if it's like scary and fantasy adventure, maybe. Hmm. Oh, oh, interesting. Oh. Yeah, I've read The Metamorphosis too. I've been curious though about his other stuff. Yeah, yeah. It's weird how, on the one hand, it's like it's a stressful story, but it could also be seen as humor in a weird way. There are some books that seem almost to like balance on absurd and Yeah, I know Nabokov did a lecture on that story where he even um, had illustration for it. Oh, oh, I kind of took it like what he did for a living was starting to become reflective and it was starting to become who he was until it was something that he wouldn't be able to hide from his family. No, you're not intruding. None of you are intruding. I just wanted to take a little break from going back to reading so I could talk with you all. Oh, I think that's water in a glass. Yeah, it's water in a glass. I was like, what is that one? Water in a glass. I just had hibiscus tea. I feel like it helps. I'll go back to reading. And also, I hope that you can stay in contact with your family or see them. Um, Chapter 9. At the end of the 1920s, sociologists confidently predicted that the American hobo was a type bound for extinction. Originally migrant workers who hitched rides on the rail lines heading west, hobos found seasonal jobs laying tracks, following the harvests, and working in the growing country's mines and lumber camps. Observers often confused hobos with bums, tramps, and other footloose types, but within the subculture differences were clear. Bums, loafs, bums, loafs, and sits. Tramps, loafs, and walks. But a hobo moves and works, and he's clean. Generally white, male, native born, and aged between 20 and 50, hobos were found across rural America, but they particularly favored the stretch between the upper Midwest and the Pacific. The glory days of the American hobo lasted from 1870 to 1920. After World War I, most of the rail lines were built. The open frontier was now dotted with towns that could provide their own harvest workers. Tractors and combines replaced horse muscle and human sweat, and asphalt roads linked most of the country. The new migrants were families who shuttled from farm to farm in their Ford Model Ts. Once an important part of the country's labor supply, the hobo was in retreat and on the way to obsolescence, a merely picturesque figure in the American landscape. Before hobos vanished entirely, however, folklorists and writers infiltrated the migrant world to record their lore, songs, argot, and eating habits. From May to November, hobos generally could be found at work or on the move. In Dakota wheat fields, Oregon lumber camps, and Pacific salmon canneries, employers supplied their workers with simple, filling fare prepared by the camp or mess hall cook. However, hobos were notoriously restless, often working only a week or two before the itch to travel returned and they hit the trail again. On the road or rails, hobos' meals were occasionally bought, but more often foraged, begged, or stolen. Their emblematic dish was mulligan stew, a descendant of foods served to work gangs on the Union Pacific and other Western railways. A properly made mulligan was concocted from meat and vegetables begged or stolen from local butchers and grocery stores, the ingredients then stewed in a gallon can over a campfire. When there weren't enough ingredients to make a proper mulligan, the dish became a slumgullion, or slum, the same watery stew that fed the bonus army. Farm wives were frequent targets of begging hobos hoping for a poke-out, a farmhouse meal wrapped in a butcher's paper. This could be gump, chicken, punk and gut, bread and sausage, flat cars, pancakes, alligator bait, fried liver, and maybe jamoke, coffee, in a paper cup. Sometimes, however, a hobo's luck and ingenuity ran out, leaving him stranded in the middle of nowhere with an empty stomach. Oh, my belly is just aching for a couple of strips of bacon, a hunk of punk, and a little bot of brew. I'm tired of the scenery, just lead me to a beanery, where there's something more than air to chew. In winter, when seasonal jobs disappeared, hobos retreated to cities, especially Chicago, where the main stem of West Madison Street became known as the Hobo Resort. Here, migrants could find flop houses offering floor space for as little as a nickel a night, saloons, burlesque houses, bordellos, clothing stores, selling worn suits and old overcoats, and even a lecture hall called the Hobo College. For food, they could eat at one of the many working men's restaurants serving Irish turkey, corned beef and cabbage, or a minister's face, stewed pig's head for 15 cents, hash or liver or onions for a dime, or a sweet roll with coffee for a nickel. The the ambiance in these cheap eateries was hectic and sanitation non-existent. The men, a noisy and turbulent crowd, call out their orders, which are shouted by the waiters to the cooks, who set out without ceremony the desired dishes. 4 or 5 waiters are able to attend to the wants of 100 or more men during the course of an hour. The waiters work like madmen during the rush hours, speeding in with orders, out with dirty dishes. During the course of this hour, the waiter becomes literally plastered with splashes of coffee, gravy, and soup. This uncleanliness is revolting, and the waiters are no less shocking than the cooks and dishwashers, and kitchen's uncleanliness reaches its limit. The bread was usually stale. The bread was usually stale, the hamburger stretched with potatoes and breadcrumbs, and the milk sour. Hobos, however, were in no position to complain and gulped their meals as quickly as possible without looking or smelling. When money ran out, they moved their flock to a nearby park for free lodgings and queued up at the mission door for the nightly breadline. This lasted until the leaves returned to the trees and the hobos again felt the stirrings of wanderlust. Then they would visit one of the West Madison Street's slave markets or employment offices and sign up to be shipped out on the next train for the great outdoors. During the 1920s, sociologists watched the yearly influx of migrant workers to Chicago gradually abate as the need for hobo labor shrank. In the autumn of 1930, however, that trend reversed itself as newly jobless men from all walks of life crowded the blocks of West Madison Street. As the first great wave of Depression-era layoffs crested over the city, thousands of men had to figure out new ways to survive. With little government or private charity relief available, following the way of the hobo seemed as good as an answer as any. Chicago had relatively few beds in city shelters, so homeless men found accommodation in the area's many hobo camps or jungles. Most of these shanty towns were located in vacant lots next to the railroad freight yards. The most famous one was situated right in Grant Park on the downtown waterfront, where homeless men built shacks, some complete with glass windows, stoves, and chimneys, from scavenged wood, tin signs, and other materials. For food they ate communally, going downtown to round up any ingredients. Back at camp, the stew builder or cook, usually a veteran hobo, would tutor new arrivals on the fine points of preparing mulligan. In late 1930, the squatters in Grant Park voted to name their community Hooverville, with thoroughfares dubbed Prosperity Road, Easy Street, and Hard Times Avenue. As the economic crisis became national, Hoovervilles popped up in cities from St. Louis to Seattle to Washington, D.C. Building may be at a standstill everywhere, said the mayor of Chicago's Hooverville, but down here everything is booming. From the Hoovervilles and hobo jungles, it was an easy step to hop on one of the freight trains rumbling by and ship out. In the early years of the Great Depression, thousands of Americans hit the roads and rails with little more than a few cents in their pockets. This new vagabond army, driven by a sense of adventure, a need to escape hard times, or most often rumors of jobs or more generous relief somewhere over the horizon, was soon discovered by journalists, social workers, photographers, or even movie directors. Between 1932 and 1934, popular magazines ran a spate of articles on the new class of wanderers, with especial attention given to child hobos and lady tramps often dressed as men. The social dangers of tramp life, where sexual and racial lines were often blurred, became particularly evident during the 1931 Scottsboro case, in which two white girls falsely accused a group of young black men of raping them in a boxcar. In September 1933, Warner Brothers released director William Wellman's Wild Boys of the Road, its trailer promising the living truth about 600,000 wild boys, innocent girls driven to vagrancy, crime, fates worse than death. Moviegoers, however, found a stark depiction of the lives of three young hobos, two boys and a girl dressed as a boy, who hit the rails in order to be one last mouth to feed for their hard-pressed families. They fall in with other young vagrants, endure rape and the loss of a leg, a battle railroad bulls and police, and find shelter in hobo jungles like Sewer Pipe City, where they eat around a communal stove. Arrested for attempted robbery, they're sent home by a kind-hearted judge in a tacked-on Hollywood ending. Residents of a Manhattan Hooverville preparing food in a metal drum, 1932, author's collection. Oh, I've heard of that. That was also made into a movie. Um, I think that was in the 2000s, maybe, like early 2000s. Um, yeah, these days there are people who refer to themselves as like um, I'm trying to remember what it was called. There was a name for it in like on Instagram for the longest time. Back in the days when Instagram was full of travelers. Um, there's a name for it where people are not necessarily without money, but gosh, I can't remember. And it's not hobos, but it's kind of similar to like the hobo attitude of like, gosh, I can't remember what it's called now, but there was like a name for it. There was like a repurposing of what was once seen as negative, but actually changed to not be negative. Like people who have money, but they choose instead of having a permanent place where they live, they choose to be travelers. They choose to always be on the road traveling. Or like with campers, or they choose to be always flying. I'm trying to remember what that's called though. Hmm. And then there are the ones who are off grid, who they have houses, but they hide their houses from being found somehow. And they don't gather electricity from like normal ways of getting electricity. So they use solar panels and stuff. Anyway, so like modern day stuff is interesting. Okay. A more serious but no less graphic account of depression wanderers came from a University of Minnesota sociologist named Thomas Minahan, who in 1932 donned some old clothes, went down to the freight yards, and jumped on a freight train. He fell in with a group of oh wait, did I already read this? He fell in with a group of teenagers, both male and female, and chronicled his discoveries in a book called Boy and Girl Tramps of America. The culinary lives of depression vagabonds revolved around missions, jails, and hobo jungles. Out in the sticks, jobless rail riders found small town America anything but welcoming. In one Midwestern town, Minahan and his tramp friends were met by a cigar-smoking sheriff and 9 deputies holding clubs made from axe handles. The tramps were promptly arrested and trucked to jail, where they received a meager support of 1 cup of cold tomatoes, mostly juice, one cold boiled potato with scabrous jacket still on, 1 slice of muggy bread. In most rural jails, local prisoners were treated far better than the bums from out town. The following morning, resident criminals breakfasted on oatmeal with milk and sugar, 2 fried eggs with bacon, toast, prunes, a cookie, and coffee, while vagrants were served watery cornmeal mush and a dry slice of bread. Shortly afterward, the sheriff herded them back in the truck, drove them to a freight siding, and packed them in boxcar heading to Chicago. This was known as passing on, the traditional way that local governments across the country dealt with homeless migrants who arrived in their midst. Shipped them out of town and let them be the next community's problem. Out in the countryside, however, tramps still found spots where farm families retained some sympathy for down-and-out vagabonds. 10 miles out of town, Minahan and a group of tramps jumped off the train at a spot known for a nearby quarry for swimming and a welcoming hobo jungle. Minahan and a pal found a farmer and his wife who let them dig up a couple of bushels of potatoes and gave them coffee and a generous farmhouse lunch. Ham and egg sandwiches, buttered bread, 2 kinds of jelly, a dozen apples, fresh homemade cookies, and a half a cake. After vagrants helped with the chores, the farmer's wife also gave them 3 cabbages and all the apples they could carry. Their pals, meanwhile, managed to score fresh fish from a fisherman, 3 chickens, a chunk of salt pork, and milk. That evening, 17 migrants, including 2 teenage girls, enjoyed a feast on a warm autumn evening. Full of food and near a warm fire, we are happy and content. There are lean-tos of willows and scrap tin to which we can retreat if it rains. No need to worry about cops and sheriffs, nor snoopy caseworkers at welfare stations, or hell-shouting ministers at missions. When it becomes colder, we will have to follow once more the depressing routine of organized charity and be kicked from town to town, as we stand hungry and cold in bread lines, but no need to worry now. As wanderers flooded the rails and roads, social workers attempted to both measure and respond to the transient crisis. In late 1932, there's actually another that reminds me. So there's also a movie, I think it's called Wild, about a woman who is not homeless, but she chooses to spend, I think, an entire year um, as a hitchhiker. Not hitchhiking. She spends a whole year hiking across the U.S. and um, I don't know what you would call that either. That's also a form of like traveling without ever actually like traveling and not being in one home. I think it was called Wild. But for her, like this, the movie is like she's really doing that because she's got all these personal issues in her life, and it's helping her emotionally to cope with all kinds of things. Um, it's a really, really good movie, actually. I highly recommend. Hmm. Yeah, I think basically it's called Tramping. Um, it had Reese Witherspoon in it. In ways, it's a really, really good movie. It has a lot of sad things in it, but it's really good. Um, trying to remember where I was. As wanderers flooded the rails and roads, social workers attempted to both measure and respond to the transient crisis. In 1932, a group of social work leaders estimated that the new vagabond army contained 200,000 boys and young men, as well as 25,000 families. A second census a few months later counted 1.25 million transients, including 145,000 girls and women, all living lives in peril. They also reported that the relief received by the roaming unemployed was at best woefully inadequate and limited by outdated rules about giving aid only to legal residents of a community. In April 1933, The Nation ran a four-part expose on the life of the Starvation Army. At its end, the author predicted that 1. Our country is in imminent peril of revolt, and 2. The revolt, if it comes, will originate with the wandering unemployed. President Hoover had largely ignored this new wave of transients, with the exception of the bonus army. Now there is a new occupant in the Oval Office whom social workers thought was both sympathetic and ready to take action. Under President Roosevelt, New Deal administrations, New Deal administrators decided on a two-tier approach to dealing with the roaming jobless, one for youths and the other aimed at grown men. Roosevelt believed that a good cure for young wanderers was a little military discipline and some outdoor living. One of his first acts as president was to propose the creation of a civilian conservation corps that would give 250,000 young men the opportunity to live in rural camps and earn money planting forests and doing other outdoor work. Admission to the Civilian Conservation Corps, or CCC as it became known, was at first limited to unmarried men between 18 and 25, including both young vagrants and unemployed men from regions near the camps. A few months later, veterans, including former members of the Bonus Army, were allowed to join. Various executive branch departments shared responsibility for the CCC, but the U.S. Army oversaw the camps themselves. The men, called recruits, were first taken to Army bases, where they were examined by doctors and then sent to the mess hall and told they could eat their fill. The recruits, a large number of whom they were thin-chested and emaciated, took the privilege literally, and fully one half took second helpings, marching up to the mess counter with their tin platters. Isn't something like that mentioned in Flags of Our Fathers? Like, isn't. I know. I mean, it is. It doesn't really make sense to me if they're not really. I mean, they're not hurting anybody by choosing to forage and travel and yeah. The recruits, a large number of whom were thin-chested and emaciated, took the privilege literally, and fully one half took second helpings. Well, actually, I think the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, I feel like that's kind of a way to to get children interested in the ideas of like like JROTC and then ROTC, and then finally like actual branches like signing up for things like Army and stuff. I feel like there is a connection there. I feel like it is sort of like a slow indoctrination. Anyway, where was I? The U.S. Army oversaw the camps themselves. Where was I? The noon menu consisted of vegetable soup, roast beef with mashed potatoes, spaghetti with cheese, radishes, and lettuce, strawberry pie, bread, butter, and coffee. Finally dressed in their new CCC uniforms, actually World War I surplus gear, the men were shipped out to a CCC camp, usually in a state park, where they were put to work at healthy but demanding tasks in the great outdoors. Life in CCC camps was run along quasi-military lines. After reveille at 5:45 a.m., the men trooped off to breakfast, which was cooked following the recipes of the U.S. Army's Quartermaster Corps. Rations were designed to be inexpensive and give enough fuel at least 4,000 calories worth for a day of hard work. A breakfast could include bananas, cornmeal mush, hash, bread, butter, and coffee, while lunch, typically the heaviest meal of the day, might be Irish stew, coleslaw, cornbread, pickles, jam, and apple pie. One camp commander claimed the forest soldiers ate twice as much as regular army men, including a pound of meat a day and huge tablespoons full of potatoes and green vegetables, great hunks of bread, and dessert. For their work, the men were paid $30 a month, for which they had to send $25 to their families, or if they had no families, to a charity of their choice. The normal tour of duty in the CCC lasted 6 months, after which they had a chance to re-enroll, up to a maximum of 2 years. For many young men, the only problem with the CCC was gaining admission in the first place. In September 1935, the Forest Army reached a peak strength of 502,000 men in 2,500 camps. However, President Roosevelt, in one of his sudden shifts to New Deal policy, decided that balancing the budget took priority in the run-up to the 1936 election, despite the fact that the CCC was the New Deal's most politically popular program, Roosevelt slashed its enrollment to 300,000 men in camps to about 1,400. Gradually weakened by bureaucratic infighting, poor morale, rebellion, particularly by African Americans confined to segregated camps, and dwindling budgets, the CCC sputtered along until 1942 when it was finally disbanded. For the problem of older migrants, the New Deal solution was the Federal Transient Program, which started in mid 1933 under the auspices of the Federal Emergency Relief Administration. Like the CCC, the FTP was founded with high ideals and the best intentions. As with FARA's other relief programs, the FTP's rules were set by Washington, but the actual work was done by state and local relief organizations. Before the New Deal, transients were the last group to receive relief under the old poor laws. Now the FTP funded a separate system of transient centers guided by federal regulations meant to guard against local governments' ingrained cultural biases against drifters and migrant job seekers. In rural areas, transients would be gathered into federal concentration camps a term that had not yet gained its ominous connotations, designed for long-term stays. In cities, they would be directed to transient centers where they could stay for a night or even a week or two. Over the next 2 years, the FTP opened more than 500 rural camps and urban centers serving hundreds of thousands of transients. After the initial feeding and processing, travelers had the option of either continuing their journey, heading perhaps to rumors of a job or stay with family, or remain in camp for weeks or even months. During that time, social workers worked with the transients to determine what skills, job advice, and so on they needed again to become productive members of society. Services in the camps varied widely depending on the competence of the administrator. One model camp was Camp Greenhaven in upstate New York, with bunkhouses, a dining hall, a recreation hall, a laundry, a canteen, a tailor, an infirmary, a newspaper, a baseball field, a woodworking shop, classes in radio and car repair, and an 18-acre farm. Doctors, dentists, and optometrists made weekly visits to provide medical care, new teeth, and glasses for its residents. In return for room and board, men were required to work on construction projects, gardening, kitchen tasks, and the like. According to Harry Hopkins, the FTP's official policy toward transients was that the government will feed 'em and doctor 'em and sleep 'em. They can do the rest themselves. We won't bother them. To attract wary hobos and others suspicious of authority, the main draw of these relief stations was ample servings of wholesome food. Though amounts varied between camps, at their most generous mess halls served as much as a hungry vagrant could eat. Indeed, one transient's meal resembled something out of Cockaigne, the mythical land of Pliny, or in hobo terms, the Big Rock Candy Mountain, with its lake of stew and hens that lay soft-boiled eggs. In 1934, Edward Morriston, aged 25, arrived hungry at a New Jersey camp and went straight to the mess hall. For breakfast, he consumed 32 hot cakes. At lunch, 14 breaded pork chops, several helpings of vegetables, and 6 bowls of preserved peaches faded out of sight. And at dinner, he disposed of 26 frankfurters, 6 bowls of sauerkraut, and several portions of dessert. He told the camp physician he hadn't eaten in 2 days and hadn't had a square meal in weeks. His normal weight, he said, was 185 pounds, but he landed in camp weighing 120. In all transient camps, residents received 3 meals a day, generally costing between 6 and 9 cents a meal, and using many surplus foods. At Camp Del Rosa, near San Bernardino, California, one day's menu included breakfast, stewed fruit, oatmeal and cereal, bacon, scrambled eggs, fried potatoes, toast, butter, coffee. Dinner, lima beans, bacon, cold tomatoes, pickled onions, bread and butter, tea. Supper, hamburger loaf, Spanish sauce, mashed potatoes, buttered carrots, pumpkin pie, bread and butter, coffee. The federal transient camps were a great boon to the state and local governments that had neither the money nor the desire to take care of the Depression army of wandering unemployed. Nevertheless, resentment began to grow against the program, spurred by newspaper articles with headlines such as "Leisurely Life at Ozark Transient Camps Agrees with Guests Who Stay On and On, Some Play Golf and Ping Pong." Campers were portrayed as weary willies, idling away their days and fattening up on taxpayers' dollar. Although social workers lobbied strenuously for the camps, the program also lost the backing of the White House as the president turned against federal relief. Harry Hopkins also lost his cheerful paternalism toward the transients, saying, "There could be little doubt that what most of them needed was not casework, but a job." In 1935, President Roosevelt shut down the federal transient program along with the rest of FARA. Transients willing to work would be given jobs with the new Work Progress Administration, while the rest were returned to the care of state and local governments. However, wandering job hunters soon discovered that the WPA had few jobs available for them, while many communities, including New York City, refused relief to new arrivals because they were not legal residents. After the camps closed, transients again began begging in the streets, hitching rides out of town and jumping freight trains to follow rumors of jobs, generous relief, and good weather. For many, their destination was the West, and principally California. On April 14, 1935, a black roller of dust swept across Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, blowing drifts of fine grit and poor visibility made rounds and railways impassable and closed schools and businesses. People as far as east as Memphis wore cotton masks to avoid inhaling the spreading plumes. One of the worst dust storms the region had ever seen, it certainly wasn't the first. This corner of the southern plains had a semi-arid climate in which a few years of good rains might alternate with years of drought when dust storms were common. During the 1930s, however, human intervention combined with drought to create one of the century's greatest ecological disasters, the Dust Bowl that engulfed eastern Colorado, the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles, and western Kansas. During the previous decade, a time of abundant rains, farmers had rushed to turn the region's grasslands into fields of wheat, using steel plows to cut and turn over the ancient prairie sod. They were much slower to adopt good conservation practices to preserve the thin layer of sandy topsoil from aridity and wind. A period of drought, the worst in memory, began in 1932 and lasted until the end of 1939. And every year during the blow months of February, March, and April, the winds roared in and simply blew the land away. So that's what you were talking about earlier, yeah. Like most farm folk of that era, the wheat farmers of Oklahoma followed culinary customs that were closely linked to the land and the passage of the seasons. Even though most farmers earned a living off cash crops such as winter wheat, mostly red wheat for bread baking, they also kept pigs, milk cows, and chickens and planted vegetable gardens and fruit trees to fill the larder. In root cellars that doubled as tornado shelters, families kept mason jars filled with jams, pickles, and vegetables put up for winter, as well as potatoes and apples, as these supplies ran low in late winter. Housewives looked longingly to the garden for the first shoots of onions to cure the family's spring fever. When harvests were good, farmers enjoyed a diet rich in protein, starches, fats, and sugar. The folk singer Woody Guthrie, who grew up in the farm town of Oklahoma, remembered a typical meal of his early youth, a time of regular rains and large harvests that included beefsteak, thickened flour gravy, okra rolled in cornmeal, and fried in hot grease, hot biscuits with plenty of butter melted in between, and for dessert, sliced peaches from a can. With a meal like that under your belt, it was hard to remember that every few decades the rains simply stopped coming, sometimes for years at a time. When dust storms hit, the housewife's first task was to keep the dust out of the house and off the road. She sealed windows with tapes and stuffed rags in cracks under the doors. She set the table with plates and cups upside down so they wouldn't catch the dust, and kept the milk pitcher, syrup jar, and flour tins tightly covered. Still, the dust filtered through the cracks and covered tables, clothing, skin, and hair with a coating of powdery grit. Family members began to cough and wheeze from dust pneumonia, something like black lung disease, but caused by silica-rich dirt, which could be fatal to children and old people. Out in the fields, dust and wind tore through the winter wheat, destroying the harvest and desiccating the soil so that vegetable seeds wouldn't take root in the garden. The combined effects of dust storms and the sagging farm economy ate into family savings, forcing them to cut back on purchases at the town grocery store. They pared back their daily diet to the bare minimum of flour, lard, and potatoes, supplemented by anything that could glean from the fields. In spring, that meant shoots of Russian thistle, better known in its mature form as tumbleweed, which tasted something like spinach. For some reason, the population of rabbits spiked during the Dust Bowl years, so whole towns organized rabbit hunts, both to kill the pests that ate their meager gardens and to put meat on the table. After a few years of drought, poor harvests, and eating dust, many farmers fell behind on their mortgage payments, ran up big bills at the store in town, and finally decided to pack it in. In May 1934, when dust from western fields began to fall in Washington, D.C., and New York City, the drought became national news. Reporters, magazine writers, and photographers descended on the southern plains to produce dramatic, at times near-apocalyptic portrayals of abandoned farmhouses surrounded by encroaching dunes and cattle skeletons. In the spring of 1935, the journalist Margaret Burke White traveled through the Dust Bowl with a photographer and described roads filled with rattling trucks and Model T stuffed with people and possessions chugging west, the beginning of a new exodus. We passed them on the road, all their household goods piled on wagons, one lucky family on a truck. Lucky because they had been able to keep their truck when the mortgage was foreclosed. All they owned in the world was packed on it. The children sat on a pile of bureaus topped with mattresses, and the sides of the truck were strapped with bed springs. The entire family looked like a meeting, their faces done up in masks to protect them from the whirling sand. I will not say what that's the whole quote because there's a I don't want to say that out loud. One of the most persistent myths of the Great Depression is that the Dust Bowl impelled a massive migration from the central farm states to the west. Between 1933 and 1940, roughly 400,000 migrants from the southern plains and Midwest did enter California seeking jobs and land. Many thousands more ended up in Oregon and Washington state. However, only 16,000 of those people crossing into California originated in the Dust Bowl region. The decade's black blizzards did impel many in the Panhandle region to pick up stakes, but they moved an average of only 30 miles to settle in nearby towns or to double up with kin whose farms hadn't been so hard hit. Panhandle folk were stubborn and had seen hard times before. They would stick it out. The vast majority of rural migrants were dislocated by the new technologies and changes in farm organization spurred by New Deal policies. Beginning in 1933, the Agricultural Adjustment Administration paid farmers not to plant cotton, tobacco, wheat, and other cash crops in order to reduce harvest size and thus boost prices. If farmers were planting fewer acres, they naturally needed fewer workers to till the fields. Landowners were required to share the government money with the sharecroppers and tenant farmers who had worked their land, but in many cases they refused. They wanted to scrap the old-fashioned sharecropper system and convert their farms to modern agribusinesses tilled by tractors and financed with low-interest government loans. Big farmers literally starved out of their tenants yet avoided punishment with the collusion of sympathetic, largely Southern AAA administrators. This was by far the most important cause of rural migration from the northern plains all the way to the deep south. Exiled from their rickety homes, poor farm workers moved in two directions. Black sharecroppers from southern cotton plantations headed north to Chicago, Pittsburgh, Washington, D.C., and New York City. In the Midwest and southern plains, white tenants and farm laborers piled their meager possessions into old trucks and headed down Route 66 toward California. The great chronicle of that westward migration is John Steinbeck's 1939 novel, The Grapes of Wrath. Steinbeck was born and raised in Salinas, the main town in one of California's richest agricultural valleys. As a teenager, in the summer he worked alongside Mexican migrant laborers in the valley's sugar beet fields. As a mature writer, he chronicled life in California farm communities in novels such as Of Mice and Men and In Dubious Battle, the violent saga of doomed fruit pickers' strike. In 1936, the editor of the San Francisco News asked Steinbeck to write a series of articles on the new wave of migrants then starting to arrive by the thousands in California's inland valleys. The state's farm communities had long relied on Chinese, Japanese, Mexican, and Filipino workers to do their planting, weeding, and harvesting. The new arrivals, on the other hand, were what Steinbeck called real Americans, direct descendants of the men and women who settled the frontier. The following year, he retraced the migrants' journey along Route 66, and in 1938, in an astonishing burst of creativity, in less than 5 months, he wrote his account of one family's trek from Oklahoma to California, which became the best-selling book of 1939. The Grapes of Wrath follows the journey of the Joad family, cotton and corn sharecroppers from a farm near Salisaw in far eastern Oklahoma. Like most sharecroppers from the southern plains to the deep south, their staple foods are salt pork, biscuits, cornbread, greens, lard, and coffee. During these hard times, however, with cotton at rock-bottom prices, they can barely afford to buy food. Their dilemma is memorialized in a sharecropper's song called 11-cent cotton and 40-cent meat. How in the world can a poor man eat? Flour up high, cotton down low. How in the world can you raise the dough? Old slouch hat with a hole in the crown. Back nearly broken, fingers all worn, cotton going down to raise no more. 11-cent cotton, $8 pants. Who in the world can have a chance? Can't buy clothes, can't buy meat. Too much cotton and not enough to eat. As the novel starts, the Jodes are being evicted. The landowner has bought a tractor and wants to maximize his acreage by plowing up every foot of his land, including the Jode homestead. The Jodes find a glimmer of hope in a handbill promising work in California. They sell their possessions, except what they will need for the trip, and buy 1926 Hudson Super 6 sedan, which they convert into an updated Conestoga wagon. Ma Jode, the family matriarch, then begins the task of organizing the family food supply. The men slaughter the family's 2 pigs, salt the meat, and store it in barrels. The chickens come along in a couple of coops. Ma Jode tells her son Tom what to make from the kitchen. All the stuff to eat with, plates and the cups, the spoons and knives and forks, put them all in that drawer, and take the drawer. The big fry pan and the big stew kettle, the coffee pot. When it gets cool, take the rat out of the oven. That's good over a fire. Take the bread pans, all of 'em. They fit down inside each other. I'll fix up the rest, the big can of pepper and salt and the nutmeg and the grater. The men spend all the night loading the truck, and at dawn the family breakfasts on coffee and roast pork bones. They all pile in, the truck roars to life and slowly lurches down the rutted road. When they reach the highway, they turn west toward the Pacific Ocean. They are optimistic about their future in California, but also weary. A conflict captured in poem by an Oklahoma migrant named Flora Robertson. California, California, here I come too, with a coffee pot and a skillet, and I'm coming to you. Nothing's left in Oklahoma for us to eat or do, and if apples, nuts, and oranges, and Santa Claus is real, come on to California, eat and eat till you're full. Pushed by poor harvests, evictions, and generally hard times, the great wave of agricultural migrants such as the Jodes began in 1934 and continued into the early 1940s. Most of those heading to California entered the state at the town of Needles, where they often were greeted by armed deputies. California had a long history of antagonism toward outsiders, going back to its early days as a territory. During the Depression, this hostility was exacerbated by the closing of federal transient camps at the end of 1935. Fearful of being inundated by the hordes of Okies, Arkies, and Texies, the Los Angeles police chief set up armed guards, also called them bum blockade, at the state's main border crossings to turn back migrants. That ended a few months later after it was found to be unconstitutional. If California couldn't keep the migrants out, it would find myriad ways to make the state a less hospitable place to stay. The legislature tightened requirements for receiving relief from 1 to finally 3 years of legal residence. Many cities sharply cut back on aid to migrants. In Bakersfield, the southern end of the rich San Joaquin Valley, the county welfare department would give transients only 1 meal, at best watery stew and stale bread, and ship them to the county line. The local Red Cross chapter had been told the national office to give no food to transients, while the Salvation Army officer grudgingly fed a migrant who could find his house a mile out of town. And here's a photo. Okay. Migrants on an Oklahoma roadside prepare a meal of potatoes fried in lard, 1939. Russell Lee, photographer, Farm Security Administration Collection and Library of Congress, LCDIG FSA 8A 26714. The migrants who came to the San Joaquin Valley were amazed by the region's green grass in springtime, the flowering fruit trees, the ripe vegetables. However, as one migrant worker told a relief worker, you can't eat the scenery, even if it's most something to eat, and you can't hardly enjoy the spring when you're hungry, but it is pretty, ain't it? and the dream had been to work hard and earn enough money to buy a few acres of valley land, build a homestead, and begin farming again. Instead, migrants discovered that no land was available. The valley had already been divided up into giant industrial farms, dubbed factories in the field by the writer Carrie McWilliams, some covering thousands of acres. In the valley's economy, the migrants were useful only during the harvest seasons. The rest of the year, they found themselves hounded from camp to camp by local police forces and goons on the big farmer's payroll. In the grapes of wrath, the Jodes flee the squatters' camp after a fight with the deputies who torched the migrants' tents and shacks. Following a tip, they head south trying to find a government camp where they've heard they treat you like a man instead of a dog. The novel's Weed Patch Camp is based on the government-run Arvin Sanitary Camp, built southeast of Bakersfield. In 1934 and 1935, a group of federal relief workers, among them the economist Paul Taylor and the photographer Dorothea Lange, had traveled through rural California, documenting the abysmal conditions suffered by migratory farm workers. They found a complete lack of sanitation, clean water, and decent shelter, as well as rampant infectious diseases and malnutrition. Moved by what they had seen, Taylor drafted a proposal liberally illustrated with Lange's photos for a string of migrant worker camps offering healthful and conveniently located campsites, adequate distribution of potable water, and lighting throughout the camp, toilets, facilities for garbage disposal, bathing, laundering, and delousing. Aware that relief money was tight, Taylor claimed that his camps would give migrants the minimum decencies for healthful living, while keeping costs low. With strong backing from his superiors, the plan eventually received a grant of $20,000 from the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, and construction began on camps in Marysville in Northern California and then in Arvin. John Steinbeck visited the Arvin camp while researching the migrants and relied on Tom Collins, the camp manager, as his principal guide into their world. Although the migrant camp program was the brainchild of state relief workers, it was administered first by the Federal Resettlement Administration and then by its successor, the Farm Security Administration. Even so, administrators back in Washington were stingy with both attention and funding. The camps were only a small part of the FSA's activities, which were focused mostly on giving loans and aid to farmers to keep them on their land in the first place. As waves of agricultural migrants spread across the United States, by 1940 the FSA had opened 56 camps around the country, 18 of them in California, each accommodating up to 350 families. Administrators nevertheless continued to keep costs as low as possible, following the rehabilitation rather than relief rule handed down by President Roosevelt. Rather than give migrants food, the camps taught home economics-style classes on nutrition and food budgeting. In 1936 report from the Arvin camp, manager Tom Collins reported how the classes had helped change the migrants' eating habits. This week was noted a complete change in diet of most of the campers. The old reliable sow belly was missing excepting for breakfast. High prices had something to do with the absence of this staple from the daily menus. The discussion at the clinic and assembly of the Good Neighbors or Women's Club also were responsible. Fresh vegetables had a conspicuous place in the diets for the week. The change was beneficial, especially for the children. The use of vegetables has cut down the cost of menus. This change was only temporary. During harvest season, when everyone had a few dollars in their wallets, the entire camp smelled like frying pork chops. And during the long months of no work, families lived on flour and water pancakes fried in yard. As the numbers of migrants rose, relief workers like Tom Collins did their best to help the migrants despite a lack of resources and support from Washington community gardens were planted so campers could feed themselves in the face of opposition from administrators who feared that having their own gardens would make campers less likely to move on. They opened cooperative stores in camps where migrants could buy healthful foods at reasonable prices. When strikes led to near starvation among California farm workers, managers convinced Washington to distribute surplus commodities such as flour, cornmeal, cheese, coffee, evaporated milk, vegetable shortening, and canned tomatoes. Still, the amounts given were a pittance compared to the aid offered to resident relief clients. In February 1940, 3,511 out-of-state farm workers received $22,600 worth of surplus food, compared to 1.1 million of food given to 104,000 unemployed Californians. That year, the FSA began a program of giving eligible farm families cash grants to pay for food and other necessities. However, the meager grants allowed migrants to buy only about two-thirds of the food necessary for an adequate diet. All of these efforts made a small difference and certainly saved the lives of the most vulnerable, but they were clearly not enough to deal with a massive and growing problem. Although California relief workers were able to help only a fraction of the thousands of needy migrants, they did have an outsized effect on the national debate about poverty and relief. In 1935, Dorothea Lange was hired by the Resettlement Administration, precursor to the FSA, to join its team of photographers documenting the lives of rural Americans. Early the following year, Lange encountered a group of destitute pea pickers camped in a muddy field near Nipomo, California. They had been stranded when a freeze ruined the pea harvest and were surviving on frozen vegetables from the fields. She talked to a tired young mother sitting in a ragged tent, little more than a lean-to, with their 7 children, including a nursing baby. Lange quickly shot 6 photographs. A few days later, the San Francisco News publicized the migrants' troubles using Lange's photograph of the migrant mother below the caption, "What does the New Deal mean to this mother and her children?" The strength of that image ignited a campaign to help feed the pea pickers, and within days they had received surplus food and help moving on to the next harvest. Lange's photograph went on to have a life of its own. In 1936, the New York Times ran it twice as an illustration, once above a caption describing the subject as a destitute mother, the type aided by WPA. It was widely reproduced in magazines and appeared in photography exhibitions alongside the work of other noted FSA photographers such as Walker Evans, Arthur Rothstein, and Marion Post Walcott. It was reproduced and viewed by millions of Americans. The photograph Migrant Mother rose in stature. The hardships of an entire nation were projected onto that one image, which became the embodiment of motherhood, perseverance, and the American spirit. In the process, the photo lost its connection to its origin in a muddy field near Nipomo. Decades later, a writer tracked down the subject of the photo and learned her story. It turned out she was an Oklahoma native named Florence Owens Thompson, who had arrived in California during the late 1920s, married twice, and produced eventually 10 children. To survive during the Great Depression, she and her husband followed the harvests. Other times she worked in bars or restaurants or cooked and cleaned. By the time that surplus food arrived in Nipomo, the Thompsons had already fixed their car and moved on to another harvest. Florence never was helped by the WPA or any other relief agency, toiling in obscurity while her image became an archetype of Americana. The other great depiction of Depression-era migrants, John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath, was based not only on Steinbeck's reportage but also on the work of Lange and other FSA photographers. The images of Life magazine photographer Horace Bristol, Paul Taylor's studies of migrant life, and Tom Collins's information on the Okies' patterns of speech, customs, and beliefs. The novel, which was published in April 1939 to rave reviews, spawned dozens of newspaper and magazine articles on the Okies' hardships, and following year, the Oscar-winning movie directed by John Ford. Eleanor Roosevelt, who had toured California migrant camps, gave the novel her wholehearted endorsement, but The Grapes of Wrath also had its detractors. It sparked an angry reaction among California farm owners, business leaders, and politicians who painted it as a concatenation of lies, pornography, and communist propaganda. They had a point. Not all migrants received harsh treatment in California, but the novel hewed close enough to the facts, and the Jodes were such powerful characters that it became and remains the dominant depiction of Okie life during the 1930s. The furor over migrant workers led to a highly publicized investigation of interstate migration by Congressman John Tolan. Hearings included testimony from the migrant farm workers themselves, big growers, social workers, labor leaders, and even Eleanor Roosevelt. After testimony spanning 6 months and hundreds of witnesses, the committee issued a damning 4,245-page report documenting terrible conditions faced by migrant workers across the nation and disorganized and woefully inadequate relief. At the very end, Congressman Tolan summarized his committee's conclusions. Rather than finding fault with migrants or with big growers, he pointed his finger back to Washington. It all comes down to the question again as to whether the federal government owes a duty to the people who are hungry or naked, or on account of circumstances over which they have no control or are in need. Do we owe that duty or not? Chapter 10. We're just 2 chapters away from the end of the book. I feel like I should get more to drink. Oh, hello. Hi. I don't know what tea I'm going to select this time. Oh, actually, I do have that still. So I'll have lemon balm kiwi tea. That'll be the next tea I have. It'll be this. I keep forgetting I have this in my room. Anyway, so I'll go downstairs and prepare some tea. And since the book has me thinking about oatmeal, I'll have some oatmeal. I'll have some oatmeal and tea. It's the wind. It's interesting. My mom just said, she just said that the reason why the house is, why we're hearing booms and the house shook a little bit is the Marines doing exercises miles away. I added some peanut butter because we had peanut butter and I haven't had peanut butter in a little while. So I'm adding it to this oatmeal. The oatmeal is cinnamon spice flavor. And I got the tea. Buna. Buna. Um, my favorite. I would still have to say my favorite's probably, there's a type of apple. It's Ceylon apple tea that I really love. And it just has a really wonderful cinnamon flavor that's really strong. Paired with the apple. So that's probably my favorite tea. Although I also really love white tea. And I really love floral tea. I really, really love tulsi tea as well. I feel like it has an almost spiciness to it. I feel like tulsi is very relaxing. I also enjoy gunpowder green tea. I like green tea. Sometimes I really love lemon tea. And there are times when I like ginger. Not all the time, though. I don't always like ginger tea. I love kombucha as well. I'm sorry, I'm eating right now, so I'm sitting down to eat. But I plan to stand up and read. So it's just easier to keep my laptop at the level it is right now. So you'll see my face when I stand up. I liked the peanut butter with that because it almost kind of made it like it reminded me of those no bake peanut butter cookies that I think are chocolate. Or not chocolate, I'm sorry. That I think are oatmeal. I would love to make that sometime. There is this bread bakery that sold some, and I always love them. Like sometimes they'll have cocoa powder mixed in, so it's like a chocolatey flavor, but you can tell there's peanut butter there. And it's almost like you're eating fudge. Very nice and chewy. I've been writing since about 2007. Although I loved writing when I was younger than that, it's just that for a very long time I didn't have any ideas for an actual story that would be um, it would be something that would follow me into adulthood until 2007. And I had so many ideas for that, and it took me 4 years to write it. So from 2007 to about 2011 or 2012 is pretty much like how long it took me to write the book that I ended up publishing later on as my first book. And then my second book I worked on shortly after finishing my first book, but it wasn't it definitely wasn't ready to be published the way that it was. So a year later, I edited the draft of the second book that I wrote, and then that ended up being published. Although I didn't actually publish my books until some years later, because I still wanted to submit query letters. Um, I submitted query letters to some um, different places, and I also found a whole bunch of, at the time, book vloggers. There were like all these book vloggers at the time that I was considering trying to get published. And I would find the email addresses of all these book bloggers that I felt like were reviewing books that I felt like were along the lines of some of my stories. And I would email them, and every time I would get written back, and they would, just polite declining. And eventually, I was encouraged to just like use the internet to teach me basically um, what processes needed to be done, and use the internet to learn like what I needed to do to get published on my own. Um, and so I learned how to get published. I also checked out a book from the library at one point um, that was very beneficial with editing some of my earlier books before I published them. And the first time I published them, especially the first two books that I ever wrote, I did not understand. I didn't understand about using the right page size, basically. So my first my first proofs that I got are are letter format sized. So I had to unpublish those, and then I had to, or at least keep them as draft, and then change it so that it would be the correct size in the document itself, and then resubmit, and then publish. Um, and I would say so. That was around 2016 that I actually submitted them. So by 2016, the books that I ended up submitting for publication were in the correct order. Marian's Journal was first. That was the first one that I wrote. Keep the Change was the second book I wrote. Underlying was the third book I wrote. Pet Named was the fourth book I wrote. I think I had already collected some short stories and poems, and I published that, I think, afterwards. And um, Unfinished, which was a sequel to Underlying, was written at the same time as Pet Named. So even though I say Pet Named is technically the third book I wrote, no, not third, sorry, technically the fourth book I wrote, Unfinished is basically the fifth book I wrote, but like right at the like they were finished like nearly the same time. I just worked on Unfinished a little bit longer. So I would say Keep the Change was second. Marian's Journal was first. So Marian's Journal, Keep the Change. Underlying, Pet Named, Unfinished, somewhere in there, Weird Twists and Stories. And then the rest of the Disco series. And then after the Disco series, I went through this odd kind of writer's block where it felt like I didn't know if I could get interested ever again in like writing all new characters from scratch, like having some other story that involved an entire new thing. I was just like, I had written within the Disco series for so many years that at that point that it just felt like I couldn't creatively come up with new characters. And so for a while I was really bummed about that because I didn't know if I could. And then I remembered a story that I had written. It was just a short story at the time. And then my favorite artist on Instagram posted a picture of a clown at the beach, and it just reminded me so much of that short story and the things I wanted to do with that short story. And then I got some other ideas, and a friend of mine at the time suggested that I combine ideas into one, and it turned out to be really good advice. So that turned into the story Nice, which has multiple points of view, and um, and it was just so fun writing that way and writing the different characters and everything. And I think it was after Nice. See, I might be getting some things a little bit like out of order here because I think like Golden Star was in there somewhere too. So Golden Star might have actually been written before Nice, but somewhere within the years that I was writing the Disco series. I'm not sure. So there's Golden Star somewhere up there in there somewhere. Brainchild was written after the Disco series, so I believe that was after the Disco series I wrote Brainchild. Um, and then Nice, and then after Nice, I believe I got the ideas for the printer. In between the printer and Traffic Jam, I had other things that came to mind. I think maybe Might I Suggest might have been the book I wrote after after the printer. And then I think the Traffic Jam might have been before I wrote Object of Desire and Running Through the Rain, but I'm not exactly sure. Or was it? See, it sometimes just kind of like gets hard to remember for me. Um, The Lady is the Tiger was also a collection, the same way that Weird Twists, Short Stories and Poems was a collection of some different short works. Weird Twists was mostly, I would say, like there were some poems, there were some things in there that were basically short fiction. Um, the Lady is a Tiger was more themed, and so it had some of the things that I'd written that hadn't been long enough to publish on their own. So it had The Bouquet of Women. It, I think, included Brainchild, which is also, that's too short to be published on its own. The Bouquet of Women is as well. So I think The Lady is a Tiger has those two. I think it might also have another short story, but I'm not sure about that. I don't remember exactly. I know it has The Bouquet of Women and Brainchild in it, and it does have a poem. Um, and then I continued to have more ideas for. Oh, also that I'm sorry, I'm getting this like somewhat out of order, but like at some point, I got the ideas for Marion's Journal 2 and Marion's Journal 3 years after I'd written the first one, after I'd written my first book. So I went back and I Like, so Marion's Journal, there's a trilogy for Marion's Journal. Um, and also, the printer was just going to be one book as well. And then I had the idea of the traffic jam, and later I had the idea for the planner. So that became a trilogy. And then, well, of course, Discos became an entire 8-book series. And then there's now a sequel to Keep the Change years after having written it. So, although I did have some ideas for Keep the Change earlier, like years ago, it just took me a very, very long time before I finally decided I could write it. There were things I was uncertain about, and eventually the things that I just didn't feel like fit, I was just able to not write into the story and just found ways around having those things that I wasn't sure about. Buna. That's really cool. That's awesome. That's really cool. I'll write it down. I sometimes read poetry. Ce faci? Wait. Oh, okay. Okay. Hmm. Have fun. I'm going to read some more. The Works Progress Administration, led by Harry Hopkins, was among the most prodigious and lasting achievements of Roosevelt's New Deal. Its rationale was to replace relief handouts with jobs, allowing the unemployed to regain national and self-respect. WPA workers were paid as employees, not as relief clients. Even today, the products of their labor continue to surround us. During the WPA's 7-year lifespan, its workers built, repaired, and improved 650,000 miles of roads, 124,000 bridges, 39,000 schools, 85,000 public buildings, 950 airports, 8,000 parks, 40,000 miles of sewer and water lines. WPA funded artists and writers, performed 225,000 concerts, and produced 475. I lost it. Funded artists and writers performed 225,000 concerts, produced 475,000 works of art, from engravings to massive murals for public buildings and full-length plays, as well as 276 books. As direct relief ended, the WPA was ramping up operations, employing more than 3 million Americans by February 1936. Depending on the job, workers were paid a security wage of between $21 and $90 a month, less than they would have received for similar work in private industry, but generally more than their old fair relief benefits. By the time WPA ended in mid-1943, about 8.5 million Americans had received paychecks from the agency, generally about 2 million a month until the end of 1940. WPA projects were distributed to every state, but the greatest were found in those with large relief populations such as New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Ohio, and California. WPA jobs undoubtedly benefited workers, were a boon to numerous businesses that supplied raw materials for construction and other projects, and improved communities in every corner of the United States. Unfortunately, the WPA did not alleviate the relief situation as much as Roosevelt and Hopkins had hoped. Many WPA workers discovered that they could not live on government wages, particularly if they supported large families. Also, WPA jobs lasted only as long as their projects, so workers often found themselves idle and counting days until the next position opened. In Baltimore, William Sutton received 2 months' work with the WPA, attempting a check for $24.75 every 2 weeks. 2 weeks after he was laid off, the family bank account was down to $2, while the larder held only 4 potatoes, a package of cereal, 2 loaves of bread, 1/4 of a pound of coffee, 1 pound of sugar, and a can of milk. In Denver and Seattle, where local relief was relatively generous, some workers found it made more sense to quit their jobs and apply for aid that would go further and feed their family. After all, one social worker leader commented, "You can't eat morale." Another difficulty for the unemployed was that there were many, and WPA jobs were few. In 1936, the unemployment rate was 16.9%, with about 9 million out of work. The WPA could give jobs to about 3 million. What happened to the other 6 million workers, as well as their spouses and children? The Roosevelt administration believed that it was time for state and city governments to take up the full burden of giving food, clothing, fuel, and rent money. As responsibility shifted, many parts of the nation reverted to the old, underfunded, poorly coordinated relief programs administered by the patchwork of local, county, and state agencies. 17 states started professional departments of public welfare, but most others largely abolished their departments and left giving aid up to local communities. Many towns went back to the old poor laws under which the needy had to swear paupers' oaths and see their names published in the local newspaper in order to receive minimal help. Nationwide, the money available to the unemployed was only a fraction of what it had been between 1933 and 1935. During December 1934, $200 million was spent on relief on average. Three-quarters of that came from the federal government and one-quarter from the state and local governments in roughly equal portions. 12 states, mainly in the North, contributed more than 30% of relief costs, but some southern states provided less than 5% of the relief budget, with Washington making up the rest. By March 1936, the federal share was heading to zero, while the total monthly state and local government contribution remained at $50 million. It would never go higher. Repercussions of the new budget cutbacks could be seen on the kitchen tables of the unemployed. In Washington, D.C., which was governed by the Congress, local administrators were forced to cut relief allowances by 25%. I don't know if I. Okay, the unemployment rate was 16.9%, with about 9 million out of work. WPA could give jobs to about 3 million. What happened to the other 6 million workers, as well as their spouses and children? The Roosevelt administration believed that it was time for state and city governments to take out full burden of giving food, clothing, fuel, and rent money. As responsibility shifted, many parts of the nation reverted to the old, underfunded, poorly coordinated relief programs administered by the patchwork of local, county, and state agencies. 17 states started professional departments of public welfare, but most others largely abolished their departments and left giving aid up to local communities. Many towns went back to the old poor laws under which the needy had to swear pauper's oath and see their names published in the local newspaper in order to receive minimal help. I'm sorry, it's just that I had lost where I was on the page. Nationwide, the money available to the underemployed was only a fraction of what it had been between 1933 and 1935. During December 1934, $200 million was spent on relief on average. Three-quarters of that came from the federal government and one-quarter from the state and local governments in roughly equal portions. 12 states, mainly in the North, contributed more than 30% of relief costs, but some southern states provided less than 5% of the relief budget, with Washington making up the rest. By March 1936, the federal share was heading to zero, while the total monthly state and local government contribution remained at $50 million and would never go higher. Repercussions of the new budget cutbacks could be seen in the kitchen tables of the unemployed in Washington, D.C., which was governed by the Congress. Local administrators were forced to cut relief allowances by 25%. Families that had been receiving $30 a month for food, clothing, fuel, and rent now had to survive on $22.50. On the old allowance, they may have barely been able to enjoy an adequate diet, but the new allowance forced them down to emergency diet levels. In the South, cuts were even more drastic. 50% or more. Stories began to pop up on the inside pages of the daily papers, such as these collected for the New Orleans. Eva Killian, 29, was declared by physicians to be starving to death when brought by ambulance to a charity hospital here. She had been living on coffee and bread. A child who fainted at school is found to have been without food for 26 hours. A woman and 4 children went were found hiding in an empty house. An aged woman and her 14-year-old daughter, found rummaging in the scrap heaps behind grocery stores, are but two of hundreds engaged in similar searches. In New Jersey and Pennsylvania, a misery caused by relief cutbacks was compounded by chaos in the state houses. In both states, divisions were sharp between Democratic and Republican legislators who were unable to agree on funding statewide relief. Groups of hungry unemployed workers marched on the state capitals in Trenton and Harrisburg. In Pennsylvania, they helped convince the legislature to pass a bill authorizing new funding for relief. In New Jersey, they occupied the State House for 9 days but were unable to sway the Republican-dominated legislature. Relief money dried up, and any unemployed worker unable to find a WPA job was told to move elsewhere if he wanted to feed his family on government funds. Those who did apply for food relief were subject to the whims and prejudices of the local overseer of the poor, who often relied on his own racial biases to govern food distribution. 6 Italians who live like kings for 2 weeks if you send in 20 pounds of spaghetti, 6 cans of tomato paste, and a dozen loaves of 3-foot-long bread. But give them a food order like this, $13.50 state minimum for 6 persons for half a month, and they will still live like kings and put $5 in the bank. Now you ought to give a colored boy more. He likes his pork chops and a half of fried chicken. Needs them too to keep up his strength. Let him have a chicken now and then, and maybe he'll go out and find himself a job, but a good meal of meat would kill an Italian on account of he ain't used to it. In Hoboken, the hard-boiled overseer Harry L. Burke arbitrarily slashed relief rolls from 2,000 families to 90 in just a few weeks, calling them either chiselers or too lazy to work. I'm in favor of giving the old American pioneer spirit a chance to assert itself, was his rationale. Although Republicans lauded Burke as a hero for exposing the relief racket, his tactics were harsh even for a tough waterfront town like Hoboken. Under Farah, the state relief administration had distributed 800 quarts of milk a day in town, but Burke quickly stopped that handout. 2 months later, a 3-year-old Hoboken boy died of lead poisoning because he ate paint chips when his parents couldn't give him enough food on their $10.80 a month allowance. From the day FDR announced the federal government was quitting the relief business, social workers, union leaders, and politicians with large numbers of unemployed in their districts had predicted disaster. Walter West, the head of the American Association of Social Workers, cautioned that present relief plans would leave many people without food, adding up what states can do, what local governments can do, and what relief provisions of the Social Security Act may supply when appropriations were made, and tiny fractional resources available from private funds. The total falls far short of meeting the known needs of the situation. On the grounds that work relief was the best and the most American remedy for the ills of the unemployed, Roosevelt and Hopkins blithely brushed aside the criticisms from their once staunch allies. If anybody was going hungry, it was the fault of not the federal government, but of the miserly local politicians. Anyway, they trusted that the days of relief were almost over. After all, unemployment had dropped from a high of 25% in 1933 to 14.3% in 1937, thanks mainly to all the federal funds pumped into the economy by New Deal programs. Looking forward to the 1936 election, FDR also wanted to fend off Republican charges that he was a free-spinning wastrel who was drowning the country in debt. In fact, Roosevelt had never been as comfortable with budget deficits as his enemies believed. He wanted to balance the budget and gave Hopkins and the other heads of New Deal agencies orders to immediately begin scaling back their programs. Hopkins slashed the number of people given WPA jobs from 3 million in early 1936 to less than half of that by mid-1937, despite thousands of the waiting list for relief work. It quickly became clear that Roosevelt and his advisors had jumped the gun. In the late spring of 1937, the United States entered another sharp downturn, which Republicans labeled the Roosevelt recession. The stock market again plunged. Factories closed doors, and hungry unemployed workers crowded into relief offices. The years between 1933 and 1936 had merely been a lull in the storm. Now Americans again felt the brunt of economic collapse. In less than a year, the number of unemployed Americans jumped from 7.7 million to 10.4 million. However, Harry Hopkins only increased the number of WPA jobs from $1.45 1.45 million in September 1937 to 3.3 million in November 1938. 7 million unemployed workers, most of them supporting families, were stuck without any form of work. And beyond them were many millions of unemployables with few resources for supporting themselves. Somehow the lessons of recent history had not been learned, as the period between late 1937 and early 1940 was a return to the bad old days of the early 1930s. In 1938, the American Association of Social Workers surveyed the relief situation in 28 states and found that its prediction of hard times had come true. The number of WPA jobs was too small to go around, and where jobs existed, wages were too low to support families. Transients and aliens could expect little to no relief in most parts of the country. Many areas had nearly run out of relief funds, even after tightening eligibility, and periodically stopped aid altogether. Families faced widespread evictions because relief agencies no longer paid rent. Thousands of children were barred from school for lack of sufficient clothing, and relief allowances were often painfully inadequate. Reports of malnutrition across the country were rising. In April, a laborer named Samuel LaRusso sat in the waiting area of a relief office in Bleecker Street in New York City, hoping to plead once again for help for his family. He had been on and off relief since 1934, but the previous year his name had been crossed off relief rolls for accepting aid while employed. Meanwhile, back in the family's tenement apartment on East 13th Street, his wife and 5 children hadn't eaten in 2 days. The children had been crying all morning for food. Finally, their mother told them that she would feed them if they would first all go to bed and take a nap. She tucked them in, locked the front door, and then they went into the kitchen and turned on all the gas jets on the stove. Within minutes, all of them were unconscious, except for the oldest boy, who staggered to the door and hammered weakly on it until a neighbor heard the noise and smelled the gas. She ran to get a policeman, who broke down the door and called an ambulance. The ambulance crew managed to revive them all, and doctors at Bellevue Hospital later said they believed they would survive, but their story was symptomatic of a larger desperation. White-collar families suffered from hunger as well. John Devlin, an unemployed accountant, and his wife were down to 3 or 4 pieces of stale bread and 2 onions to feed their 2 school-aged children. They decided to apply for relief for the first time. After enduring the humiliation of the social worker's interview, they received an emergency relief check for $5.90. I was incredulous. $5.90 for 4 people? 3 weeks later, after a home visit from an investigator, they received their first biweekly relief check of $14.20 to cover food, gas, and electricity. We had trouble learning to live within the food allowance allotted us. We learned it meant oleomargarine instead of butter. It meant 1 quart of milk a day for the children instead of 3. It meant meat only twice a week, Wednesdays and Sundays. It meant a huge quantity of bulky, inexpensive vegetables, but somehow we managed. It was only after nearly 3 weeks had passed that I noticed Joan was thinner. I didn't say anything at first, but stood on the bathroom scales. In 3 weeks, I'd lost a little over 6 pounds. Concerned about his wife's health, Devlin took her to see the family doctor. After questioning both of them, the doctor handed over a prescription to give to the relief agency. Outside, the couple unfolded the note and read, "Mr. and Miss Devlin are suffering from malnutrition and are in need of a diet high in carbohydrates with an abundance of fruits." The relief crisis snowballed through the first months of 1938 as factories, textile mills, and mines shut down. The federal government paid cotton and wheat farmers to mechanize their planting and harvest without work. Sharecroppers fled to California or northern industrial cities. The situation was particularly dire in Cleveland and Chicago, the largest cities in the 2 states sharply divided between rural and urban populations. In both Ohio and Illinois, the state legislators were controlled by Republican governors and farm country legislators who had little sympathy with the city's largely Democratic, unionized, and immigrant population. In mid-May, local relief authorities in both cities ran out of money to feed, clothe, and shelter their unemployed. In Chicago, some 93,000 unemployed workers, most supporting families, saw their direct relief vanish, while in Cleveland the number was about 87,000. Hungry families crowded relief stations clamoring for food. A photograph that ran in dozens of newspapers across the country showed men on a Cleveland street corner emptying bags filled with potatoes into a big pile. One man used a shovel to dump rations of potatoes into whatever container the unemployed managed to bring. Hundreds of grim-faced men, women, and children in shabby coats and hats stood in line, holding boxes or pulling toy wagons that would carry the handout. One man said that he had sold his canary for $5 to buy food, and now that the money was gone, "I'm going to get something to eat," he said, "or know the reason why. I'm going down to City Hall with a gun." "Don't get yourself in any trouble," a woman in the crowd replied. "There's a lot of grocery stores. Just go in and help yourself." Roosevelt and his aides kept a close watch on conditions in Chicago, Cleveland, and other cities. The president's initial policy was to do nothing and stay in the course and hope that the economy would turn around. His top advisers, meanwhile, agreed that something must be done, but were sharply divided over what course to take. The Hopkins faction believed that a moderate increase in relief spending was in order, but all of that money should go to work relief, not direct relief. On the other side, those aides, allied with Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau Jr., still advocated the primacy of balancing the budget but wanted to take immediate steps to feed the hungry, using money already allocated for New Deal programs. As the bad news came in from Chicago and Cleveland, Morgenthau went to Harry Hopkins and asked him to release money from a WPA reserve fund to pay for food relief. Hopkins flatly refused. No situation, it appeared, was dire enough for him to consider returning to direct relief. Morgenthau next approached Henry Wallace, the Secretary of Agriculture, who oversaw the Federal Surplus Commodities Corporation, successor to the Federal Surplus Relief Corporation. Wallace believed his principal constituents weren't the unemployed but big farmers and farm state politicians. He saw the FSCC's main function as helping farmers alleviate crop surpluses, not feeding the hungry. Wallace refused to help, telling Morgenthau it would be bad politics. "All I could do was not to just curse in his face," Morgenthau told his aides. "I felt like saying, 'I'm talking about feeding human pigs, not hogs.'" Despite Morgenthau's pleas, in June 1938, Roosevelt firmly closed the door on direct relief. Handing out potatoes to Cleveland's hungry and unemployed, 1938, author's collection. Instead, following Hopkins' recommendations, he asked Congress for emergency appropriations to aid those New Deal programs consistent with his favorite policies of work and farm relief. Thus, WPA, Civilian Conservation Corps, National Youth Administration, and Farm Security Administration were able to hire more unemployed. Larger numbers of the WPA jobs helped in some Cleveland and Chicago, but the number of unemployed was always greater than available jobs. The FSCC also increased its distribution of relief food, but only in farmers, not the hungry, were the primary beneficiaries. What Morgenthau had hoped for was enough food to give the unemployed something approaching the holy grail of an adequate diet. They had received close to that in the early Pharaoh days, where the relief boxes contained canned beef, salt pork, flour, butter, potatoes, tomatoes, cereal, cheese, and lard. Unfortunately, in 1938, beef, pork, flour, butter, and cheese were not being overproduced, and Wallace refused to purchase any food that was not in surplus. When the FSCC reluctantly released more food to feed Cleveland's hungry, handouts were limited to potatoes, cabbages, and butter. Chicago relief boxes contained dried beans, rice, cabbage, butter, prunes, celery, and oranges. Grapefruit was another common relief commodity. In fact, so much grapefruit that people didn't know what to do with it. Serving suggestions for grapefruit began to appear in newspapers around the country, like this one for the Atlanta Constitution. "It may open the meal served as a fruit cocktail in halves with a spoonful of mint jelly in the center of a sprinkled with snow of powdered sugar. It bobs up in a fruit cup, or in a delicious ice. It may be served boiled with meat, appear in a fruit salad or in a grapefruit souffle pie. Broiled grapefruit slices seasoned with chili sauce make an unusual and delightful accompaniment for broiled fish, baked fish, or chops." By the end of 1938, however, Wallace had decided to cut back on most surplus food handouts, preferring to pay farmers not to produce and to amass stockpiles of surplus commodities such as butter. The federal government's increased spending helped the economy recover slowly, but the country still had more than 10 million unemployed. Although administered by Harry Hopkins, a critic of direct relief, the WPA did operate one program that fed millions of Americans, the National School Lunch Program. A holdover from Faraday's, the WPA lunch program helped dozens of states pay for and organize hot meals in thousands of schools. The WPA had been under fire for giving new jobs to women. The school program allowed it to hire thousands of women whose only work experience had been as housewives. In the fall of 1937, however, Hopkins cut back on the hot lunch funds along with the rest of the WPA program, leaving the financing up to local communities. This was not always successful, as community leaders in Washington, D.C. discovered after they organized a gala velvet ball to raise money for the school lunches that was so poorly organized that it lost rather than earned money. At the same time, the economy deteriorated, in many cases hitting children harder than their parents. Under pressure from Morgenthau and social work organizations, Harry Hopkins ordered the resumption of school lunch funding as a part of an ambitious program to support students' health so that it included doctor's visits, immunizations, and free eyeglasses. Between 1937 and 1939, the number of schools participating jumped from 3,839 to 14,075, covering almost 900,000 students. The federal financing of school lunches also became an avenue for dietitians and home economists to extend their influence far more widely than before. The home economics movement had always been interested in teaching children, particularly girls, the scientific basis of cookery and nutrition, but school dining rooms now offer them a new opportunity. In 1937, the American Home Economics Association adopted the following resolution: whereas the school lunchroom is an important factor in child's health and growth, and whereas its administration requires a scientific knowledge of nutrition and professional training in institution and administration, therefore resolved that school administrators be urged to secure supervision of the school lunchroom by trained persons on a professional rather than a commercial basis. If students would now be eating foods prepared in school kitchens, they wanted home economists overseeing the staff and devising the recipes based on the latest knowledge in nutrition. They convinced hundreds of schools across the country to hire their own dietitians, home economists, while many others relied on nutrition and menu advice from home economics economists working for the local relief administration in a nearby college. The WPA also assembled a small staff of home economists to make sure schools were serving nutritious, well-balanced lunches, ideally consisting of tomato juice, a hot dish, soup, meat stew, vegetables, eggs, macaroni or fish, a glass of milk, and a simple cooked dessert. The average cost per meal was a nickel. The largest school lunch program was found in New York City, where food was prepared in a massive central kitchen in Long Island City. Despite the need, teachers still had difficulties overcoming the ingrained tastes of students of disparate, often immigrant backgrounds. Through years of patient persistence, children have been taught to like whole wheat bread, Spanish rice, cream soups, carrots and peas, peanut butter sandwiches, and other dishes perhaps strange to them because not served in their own homes. While occasionally the educators have resorted to such tactics as coloring the once disliked cream soups red with a little tomato. In the main, they have trained workers just to be patient with getting children to taste dishes until they have gradually learned to like them. Children are also taught not to waste food. In some schools, proctors are appointed from older pupils to stand where trays are returned and report food that is not eaten. In the schools visited, plates came back as clean as a whistle. Lessons in eating American, it was thought, would not only breed good citizens, but also improve the morale, scholarship, and health of the students. Beyond the dining room, home economists wanted to use the school setting as an opportunity to offer instruction in good behavior, sanitary habits such as hand washing, the guidance of food selection in accordance with nutritive needs and economic resources of the pupils. Thus, the cafeteria director would not only oversee lunch, but also help the faculty see health teaching possibilities in all the experiences of the pupils' day. The WPA school lunches were meant to last only as long as the economic crisis, but the home economists were determined to make them permanent. In 1939, the problem of unemployment and what to do with millions of jobless Americans seemed intractable. The economy continued to sputter along, real prosperity remained an elusive goal, and Americans were losing compassion for the destitute and hungry. If people were still unemployed after nearly a decade of economic downturn, well, that was their fault, not the government's. In the 1938 elections, the Republican Party had made large gains in both the House and the Senate and now wanted both to reduce the debt and cut taxes, forcing sharp cutbacks in all relief spending. Meanwhile, many mayors struggled to find the money to feed, clothe, and house their unemployed, and a new wave of transients uprooted by economic crisis. In many areas, the early New Deal benchmarks for adequate relief had been thrown out of the window. A Houston, Texas reporter lived for a week on the city's $1.20 weekly food handout, eating mostly oatmeal, potatoes, stewed tomatoes, and cabbage, and lost nearly 10 pounds. In Chicago, a family of 4 received $36.50 a month, meant to cover food, clothing, fuel, rent, and everything else. But fuel in the cold Chicago winters was expensive. Families had no choice but to cut back on food. In Ohio, the governor again refused to give aid to Cleveland, which ran out of money for nearly a month, called the Hunger Weeks at the end of 1939. The city was reduced to feeding its poor with flour and grape and apples, as desperate families combed garbage bins for anything edible. Adults lost as much as 15 pounds while children had to stay home, too weak from hunger to attend school. Doctors saw a jump in cases of pneumonia, influenza, pleurisy, tuberculosis, heart disease, suicide attempts, and mental breakdowns. A city nutritionist said that Cleveland would be paying off years from now for sickness originating during the present relief crisis. For the hungry unemployed, the first modicum of relief began to arrive in May 1939. In yet another echo of the early 1930s, American farmers had again begun to produce far more wheat, cotton, butter, and other crops than the domestic market could consume. While prices plummeted, the farm lobby demanded immediate action from Henry Wallace's Department of Agriculture. Wallace ordered the AAA and the FSCC to purchase huge quantities of wheat and butter, but that only encouraged the farmers to produce more, exacerbating the new agricultural crisis. When Wallace proposed to sell the surplus not only to those on relief but also the working poor at drastically reduced prices, retailers protested because it would cut into their sales. Finally, Wallace fired his FSCC administrator and replaced him with one of his aides, Milo Perkins, with instructions to find a way out of the mess. Perkins worked with the big grocery associations to devise a plan that would both please retailers and farmers and help feed Americans hungry. On May 16, the FSCC's food stamp plan was inaugurated in Rochester, New York, a representative city with about 14,000 on relief. 1,500 unemployed citizens received their relief payments and then were given the opportunity to use that money to buy the nation's first food stamps, which were adorned with a portrait of Miss Liberty, called by some Surplus Sal. The orange stamps could be used at grocery stores to purchase anything but alcohol and cigarettes. For every dollar spent on these stamps, as a bonus, the FSCC also gave the recipients 50 cents worth of blue stamps that could be spent only on surplus foods, also now distributed to retail groceries. During the first year, the surplus commodities generally included flour, eggs, butter, pork, lard, grapefruit, oranges, cornmeal, beans, hominy grits, onions, peas, canned tomatoes, and fresh fruits and vegetables. Over the next 2 years, the food stamp plan was extended to cover more than 4 million Americans. People eligible for stamps included anyone on direct relief, all WPA workers, WPA applicants waiting for WPA assignments, and anyone receiving Social Security benefits, including the elderly and the dependent children. Every week, they generally received $1 worth of orange stamps and 50 cents of blue stamps per family member. $6 a month for food was not much, but it was more than they were receiving for relief agencies in many cities. Administrators approvingly noted that most families used their blue stamps to purchase vitamin-rich eggs, butter, fruits, and vegetables. An Oklahoma physician described the program's effects on a rural Oklahoma family of 8. Until the stamps plan, this family was subsisting on whatever food the welfare agency had, sometimes nothing but beans. They got hold of some molasses, but no milk, no butter, meat or fresh vegetables, not even canned fruit. Here, in truth, was a grapes of wrath family. The children seesaw between constipation and diarrhea. With stamps came health. The baby gained 5 pounds, one child 3 pounds, another 7. The unemployed liked the stamps because they would not have to trudge to some far-off city commissary and could redeem them at any grocery store without the stigma of handout. The second boost for the unemployed came the hiring spree by manufacturers, a development driven not by a change in domestic policies but by events overseas. In 1939, the menace of war that had hung over Europe suddenly burst into the open conflict as Nazi Germany annexed Czechoslovakia and then invaded Poland in concert with the Soviet Union. The following spring, German forces resumed their onslaught, attacking first Denmark and then Norway and then the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France. On June 14th, when the Nazi troops marched into Paris, President Roosevelt declared that it was now time for the United States to rebuild its military. Congress promptly increased the debt limit and approved the first billions of dollars of defense spending. On the coasts across the industrial heartland, dozens of enormous factories opened to produce guns, ammunition, tanks, airplanes, ships, chemicals, uniforms, and bombs. To man the assembly lines, these plants needed an army of workers, skilled if possible, and if not, they could be trained. The rumor of jobs unleashed a new wave of defense migrants, converging on cities like Hartford, Detroit, and Seattle. Between San Diego and Los Angeles, 7 vast new airplane factories put out call for workers. Okies who had trekked to California dreaming of their own plot of land, turned their old cars south toward Orange County. Instead of tilling the soil, they found themselves in crisp new coveralls punching a time clock. Between 1939 and 1941, the jobless rate dropped from 17.2% to 9.9% and would shrink to 1.9% by 1943. The threat of war had done what neither President Hoover nor Roosevelt had been able to: solve one of the thorniest problems of the Great Depression. Floyd Young buys groceries for his family using the Los Angeles area's first food stamps, 1940, International News Photos, Corbis. I forgot about that line for a moment. Yeah. Yeah, actually that's a good point. I mean, hmm, that's true. I mean, that's exactly what that is. The school like forcing children to eat a certain way. The Roosevelt administration's rearmament program also called for a greatly expanded military to carry the guns, fly the bombers, and man the battleships. In September 1940, Congress passed the Selective Service Act, the nation's first peacetime draft. 2 months later, the first conscripts lined up at the induction centers, where doctors examined them to see if they were fit enough to become American fighting men. Government health experts remembered the debacle of 1917 when large numbers of draftees had failed their health examinations, but confidently predicted that 1940 would be different. Draftees would be taller and stronger, with good teeth and eyes and clear lungs. They expected perhaps 2% to be found unfit. They were shocked, however, when they tallied the figures. More than 500,000 draftees were examined, and 43% of them had failed. The culprits were poor teeth, bad vision, heart disease, syphilis, tuberculosis, and low body weight. Some military officers blamed the poor health on soft living and too much riding around in cars. The social workers placed the burden squarely on the depression and the paucity of food. It is estimated that perhaps one-third of the rejections were due either directly or indirectly to nutritional deficiencies. The high rate of selective service rejections for physical disability points not only to widespread undernourishment, but also to other serious gaps in health protection. While exact figures are lacking, it is clear that many of these young men could have passed their physical examinations if their defects had been cared for while they were growing up. Free school lunches for children from underprivileged families, low-cost milk schemes, and the food stamp system for distributing so-called surplus foods have been tried out and have been proved of great practical value, but none of these methods is as yet reaching all the needy people to whom this kind of food would mean added health and strength. In a second flashback to the Great War, reports had begun to arrive from Belgium, Poland, Finland, and other nations that starvation was again widespread across Europe. One country reputedly untouched by food shortages was Germany. If the German papers were to be believed, the Nazi army was efficient, tireless, and exceptionally well fed. American food experts worried that the Nazis had formulated some nutritional supplement, a magical Buck Rogers pill, to energize their fighting men. Determined not to falter on the nutrition front, in May 1941, Roosevelt convened the National Nutrition Conference for Defense, which brought together 900 of the nation's top experts on medicine, nutrition, chemistry, education, and agriculture. At least a quarter of them were home economists. The president's letter to the delegates, read at the opening of the conference, communicated the urgency of the situation. Fighting men of our armed forces, workers in industry, the families of these workers, every man and woman in America, must have nourishing food. If people are undernourished, they cannot be efficient in producing what we need in our unified drive for dynamic strength. In recent years, scientists have made outstanding discoveries as to the amounts and kinds of foods needed for maximum vigor. Yet every survey of nutrition, by whatever means conducted, showed that here in the United States, Undernourishment is widespread and serious. We do not lack and we will not lack the means of producing food in abundance and variety. Our task is to translate this abundance into reality for every American family. Held at a Washington hotel, the 3 day conference included speeches by the Surgeon General, Eleanor Roosevelt, and leading nutrition and home economics experts like Henry Sherman, Elmer McCollum, Lacey Gillette, and Hazel Stibling. All acknowledged that the country was doing a poor job of feeding its people. America's farmers produced more than enough food, but too many people were too poor to buy it in sufficient quantities or lacked the knowledge to choose the healthiest kinds of foods. The result was that one health expert was brash enough to define as starvation. Call it malnutrition, call it undernourishment, call it dietary deficiency, or what you will. When men, women, and children fail to eat the foods that give them full life and vigor, they are in fact starving. Following the conference, delegates presented Roosevelt with a long list of recommendations, including expansion of the school's lunch and food stamp programs. At the heart of their proposal, however, was nutrition education. America would harness the newer knowledge of nutrition to defend itself against the Nazi threat. Scientists like Sherman and McCollum pledged to increase spending on research, expanding the nation's knowledge of optimum human nutrition, while home economists planned a vast new educational campaign. 10 years earlier, home economists had seized on the economic crisis as their chance to make nutrition relevant, but it now seemed their lessons had reached only a small fraction of the country. The prospect of war had handed them a second opportunity, and this time they would get it right. Clearly, their teaching strategy would have to change. This time they would be better organized and deliver their message in a zippier and more appealing style. It was like the difference between classical and popular music, as one nutritionist said. Last time around they had taken a classical approach. This time it would be jazz. At a time when vitamins dominated nutritional thinking, it was apparent to everyone at the conference that they would be at the core of the new curriculum. A bit more fuzzy were the specifics of how much of which vitamin scientists would recommend. The goal was a nutritional gold standard in the form of a simple vitamin chart that anyone could understand. The night before the conference started, 3 women met in a Washington hotel room. The Bureau of Home Economists, Hazel Stibling, Lydia Roberts, the chairwoman of the University of Chicago Home Economics Department, and Helen Mitchell, a government nutrition scientist. Together they pored over the most current research. By morning they had compiled the first recommended dietary allowances. Though hailed as a breakthrough, which in some respects they certainly were, their guidelines were strikingly similar to those formulated by Stibling years earlier in her diets at 4 levels of nutritive content and cost. The most salient difference was that Stibling now had the backing of the full medical and scientific establishment to lend authority to her nutritional charts. As in earlier eras, the new guidelines were tailored to the individual's gender, age, and level of activity. They specified optimal iron, calcium, and calorie levels, up to 4,500 calories a day for very active men. But vitamins were the nutritional superheroes that would fend off disease and build strong bodies. Charts were printed in the daily newspapers with explanatory captions describing the special powers provided by each vitamin. Vitamin C not only prevented scurvy but also helped children grow, protected teeth and bones, and helped wounds heal. Vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin, prevented rickets and regulated calcium and phosphorus levels to keep bones healthy. Vitamin A helped people build up resistance to infection and prevented night blindness. Newspapers described how British pilots ate vitamin A-rich carrots to help them fight German bombers on nighttime raids. All were essential, but the vitamin with sex appeal was vitamin B, actually a complex of vitamins that then included B1, B2, and nicotinic acid, now called B3, nicotinic acid. Why aren't they just saying niacin? Was the elusive substance, which in short supply was the cause of pellagra. Vitamin B2, also known as riboflavin, promoted growth and healthy skin. The benefits of vitamin B1, thiamine, were not elusive. Known as the morale vitamin, B1 was an overall mood enhancer. If you were tired, it added zip to your day. If you were a wallflower, it helped you get more fun out of your life. If you were timid, it helped you live more intensely. If you were despondent, it gave you the will to live. All through the Depression, the Roosevelt administration relief workers worried that government handouts would crush morale. Now, with war looming, the nation's collective morale, enhanced by the daily doses of vitamin B1, would become a potent weapon in the American defense arsenal. Home economists got to work promoting foods high in B vitamins. Food columnists devoted on liver and organ meats, not necessarily parts of the animal the public wanted to eat. Well, now it was time to get acquainted with them. Organs would be tricky to cook, prone to toughening up when cooked for too long, and were not pleasant to clean. Brains came in a transparent casing that needed to be removed, kidneys had an outer membrane, and hearts had to be divested of arteries and veins. In an organ meat roundup, syndicated food columnist Ida Jean Kane suggested scrambling brains with eggs, boiling kidneys with carrots, celery, and potatoes, and broiling heart with bacon. Chicago food writer Mary Maid liked kidneys on toast with a cheese and olive sauce. I'm sorry. Liver was the most familiar of the organs. When combined with whole grain wheat, another of the B foods, the end product was a potent morale cocktail. Liver loaf. 2 pounds liver. 4 slices bacon. 1/4 cup chopped parsley. 1 onion. 1 cup milk. 2 flaked wheat cereal biscuits crumbled. 3 beaten eggs. Salt and pepper. 1/2 cup tomato ketchup. Method: let liver slices stand in hot water 10 minutes. Drain. Grind with onion, parsley, and bacon. Add beaten eggs, crumbs, and seasonings, and pack firmly into loaf pan. Spread tomato ketchup over top of loaf. Bake 1 hour at 350 degrees. Garnish with broiled bacon slices. The germ of the wheat was where the vitamins resided. In the early 1940s, wheat germ popularity rose, and even FDR went on record as a fan, adding a spoonful to his breakfast cereal. Wheat germ was also used in baking. Marion Manners of the Los Angeles Times helped lead the vitamin charge with recipes for liver loaf above and wheat germ spoon bread. 2.5 cups boiling water, 1/2 teaspoons salt, 1 cup cornmeal, 1 cup wheat germ, 3 tablespoons butter, 1/2 cups milk, 2 egg yolks, 2 egg whites, 1/2 teaspoons baking powder. Method: add cornmeal gradually to rapidly boiling salted water. Stir in wheat germ. Add butter to hot cornmeal mixture and allow to cool. Add milk and slightly beaten egg yolks to cornmeal mixture. Beat eggs whites until stiff. Add baking powder and fold into cornmeal. Pour into a greased baking dish or casserole and bake at 40 minutes at 400 degrees. Yield 1 9x9 pan. With Americans in the throes of a newly discovered vitamin B deficiency, food manufacturers with products naturally high in B vitamins saw an opening and capitalized on it. Whole grain Quaker Oats made vitamin B the star of a snappy new advertising campaign. I eat Quaker Oats for that wonderful extra energy spark plug. Jim thinks I have oomph, but I know it's just that I have plenty of vitality and the kind of disposition a man likes to live with. What she did with her extra oomph was unspecified, but the graphics showed a young couple nose to nose, smiling into each other's eyes. The vitamin B, or thiamine, shortfall was an unintended consequence of America's fondness for refined wheat and other grains, their vitamin content removed during milling and fed to livestock. For years, home economists have been praising the nutritional benefits of whole grains, but consumers were devoted to their squishy white bread and pure white rice. In recognition of consumer preferences, the big millers and bakers wanted to stick with their winning sales formula. When home economists suggested their refined products were nutritionally lacking, manufacturers mobilized all their political might to protect the status quo. One way to please all factions, keeping profits high and consumers happy, was to add back in the vitamins they had removed. Sparky's, made by Quaker Oats, was one of America's first vitamin-fortified breakfast cereals. Spark, of course, was a reference to thiamine, the spark plug vitamin. Launched in 1940, Sparkies were made from puffed wheat or rice, which, as the advertisements explained, had been showered with vitamin rain. For advertising purposes, Sparky's teamed up with little orphan Annie and her new pal, a soldier named Captain Sparks, who could perform his daring rescues because he had eaten his vitamins. Home economists had wanted a jazzier way to sell nutrition, and now copywriters showed them how it was done in ads that used sex, humor, adventure, and also fear to get their message across. Cereal was a good start, but America was then still a nation of bread eaters. Overwhelmingly, the bread consumers ate was made from flour so milled and refined that it had been stripped of almost all vitamin content. In 1936, a chemist at Bell Laboratories discovered a method for cheaply producing thiamine, which quickly attracted interest from big bakers and millers. At 20 cents a loaf, about twice the cost of regular bread, the first enriched loaves were intended for the well-to-do and they hit the market in 1939. Early in 1941, the Surgeon General announced the government was developing standards for enriched white bread that would return a loaf's vitamin content to the level of whole wheat. As war approached, big mills and bakeries across the nation began to produce vitamin-enriched products. Ads for Ward's Tip Top Bread, which came in patriotic red and white wrapping, told homemakers to serve that man of yours, the Tip Top brand. He's doing his job, working in defense of America. Do your job right, make his job happier. Keep him vigorous and fit with well-balanced meals. That's health defense at home. The Silvercup Bakery, an enriched bread pioneer, claimed that its new fortified loaf was good news for the men on whom America depends, containing as many carbohydrates, proteins, calcium, iron, and vitamin B as 3 pounds of baked beans, a nice steak, a bowl of cottage cheese, 9 eggs, and a plate of calf's liver, and it only cost 10 cents. If Silvercup was correct, people could forget about a balanced diet of milk, leafy greens, proteins, and carbohydrates, and face down all enemies on a regimen of enriched American white bread. Mm-hmm. One chapter left, but I might get my breath and just wait a little bit. Maybe I'll get some beans from downstairs. I'll have some beans. That'll be nice. And that's technically okay because I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway, I might get some beans. Run downstairs. And maybe some coffee to go with it this time around. I only have about. I just have 20 something pages left. Not much. Not much. So I can just get some beans and some coffee. Beans and coffee. So I think I'll do that. I think I'll just I'll be right back. Got some beans and some coffee. Beans. They are from a can. And they are vegetarian refried beans. But I added some of them, like about, I don't know, I would say maybe a few tablespoons, I guess, to this bowl. And added some olive oil. And heated it up in the microwave. That is one, like, that would be probably really fun to watch on a stream, though. And I haven't seen the wall in years. So that would be probably pretty fun. Years ago, it was available on YouTube in full. So it might not be too difficult if it's still available on YouTube that way. Although technically, what am I even thinking? It's better live. I like those, the YouTube, like, concert recordings people have done where they show it where it's projected onto the, I think they're foam bricks or something, or maybe fabric wrapped around metal something. I also have that. My goodness. That's actually okay. That's just a teeth whitening pen. It's just a teeth whitening pen. Let me put it back up there. That shouldn't have happened, but it's okay. I forget I have this sometimes. So we could just watch that sometime. I don't know why I never mention it. I watched it one time with my mom. Ew, I've got coffee now. Hello, Joe. How are you? I hope you're doing well. It's showing that I have no viewers, which is kind of weird because I don't know why that would be unless I'm buffering. So let me check that I'm not buffering before I continue. I hope I'm not buffering. Let's find out. Let's see. Is this buffering? Let's find out. I did go back to sleep. I'm just now. Okay, it's not. Well, actually, that's not even live. It's live. Okay, there's a delay, but it's not buffering. That's at least good. Good to see. Good to see it's not buffering. Let me exit out of this. Good. Now got my coffee. And it's gonna smell the coffee. Is it because I was sitting down? I wonder. It probably was. Hmm. It smells so good. I don't usually have 2 cups of coffee in a day, so this is kind of odd. Mm. Usually I stick to 1 cup, but like after all these hours of reading, I started to get sleepy weirdly, so coffee it is. The other stuff I've been having have been um, non-caffeinated things aside from at the beginning. So about 5 hours ago from now, not from now, 5 hours ago, I had I had cooled off coffee. Mm, mm. And I can use I'll just like occasionally probably sip some coffee. Chapter 11. For its roughly 2 million readers, Good Housekeeping offered one escape from the worries of the Great Depression through the Shangri-La of modern domesticity that materialized every month in its pages. Since 1885, Good Housekeeping had been edifying middle-class women with uplifting poetry and prose, in the realm of notification articles on appropriately feminine subjects such as philanthropy, family, and education likewise cultivated what the publisher referred to as the higher life of the household. For more practical enlightenment, readers could turn to the back of the magazine for lessons on such household arts as sewing, decorating, and meal preparation. Over the decades, culinary instruction and good housekeeping evolved to reflect what was going on in the larger world, whether that meant a story on wheatless muffins during World War I or a 1920s tutorial on salads and decades it food. As the country entered the Depression, however, the clock at good housekeeping seemed to stop. Out of the hundreds of food stories published during the 1930s, only a small fraction were about economizing. In their place, articles with such titles as The Importance of the Centerpiece and How to Prepare Delicious Hors d'oeuvres coached readers on the rigors of hostessing. Satisfying finicky husbands was another frequently visited topic. The magazine's advice: avoid second guessing when feeding one's spouse. It's never bad news for a husband when his wife eagerly interjects as the afternoon bridge players discuss new dishes. Oh, Harry wouldn't like that. Above all, however, the Good Housekeeping mission was appraising female consumers of the latest food products and kitchen appliances, all put through rigorous testing at the Good Housekeeping Institute. The Good Housekeeping Research Station, forerunner to the Institute, was founded in 1900 to help women sort through the growing marketplace of labor-saving devices for home. Women confronted with such novel contraptions as gas ranges and washing machines needed protection against interior goods and false advertising. Good Housekeeping proclaimed itself an impartial judge of the new technology. Before it granted its endorsement, every appliance featured in a magazine was put through its paces, tested not only for sound workmanship, but also to verify that it lived up to the manufacturer's promises. More opportunity for consumer deception waited at the grocery market. As foods that had once been made in the home were increasingly handed over to factories, manufacturers turned to adulteration and misrepresentation to keep prices competitive. Good Housekeeping declared war on dishonest food, rooting out products made with unsafe additives or cheap fillers. In a show of its integrity, only those products that had passed the tester's scrutiny were granted the privilege of becoming advertisers, and all products, national brands only, in keeping with Institute policy, came with a money-back guarantee. A defender of the consuming public, Good Housekeeping was also a friend to the manufacturer, anointing a product with the Good Housekeeping seal of approval imparted an aura of dependability invaluable to any brand, and products awarded the seal wore it conspicuously on their packaging. More fundamentally, though, the Good Housekeeping philosophy that happiness depended on things stirred a free-floating desire to consume that helped define American culture in the 20th century. Catherine Fisher, director of the Institute during the Depression, was a home economist with a master's degree from Columbia's Teachers College, the same institution attended by Lucy Gillette and other prominent nutrition researchers. The Institute kitchen, located in the New York City headquarters of the Hearst Publishing Empire, measured only 10 by 12 feet, both floors and walls covered in the same blue and gray linoleum. Its size, however, belied its influence. In a decade of accelerated culinary change, the Institute kitchen helped introduce women to a new strain of high-efficiency cooking, built around the packaged and processed foods that advertised the magazine. That included food that came in cans. The first commercially canned foods appeared in the United States around 1820. Canned food really took off, however, during the Civil War when hand-soldered cans of meat, peas, and condensed milk were supplied to Union soldiers. By the turn of the 20th century, reports of illnesses and even deaths attributed to canned foods have been responsible for nationwide bouts of hysteria. Manufacturers were seen as unscrupulous, condemned for adding harmful preservatives and dyes to their products. In 1906, Pure Food and Drug Act was instrumental in cleaning up the industry and restoring confidence, but consumers still had to contend with a basic lack of product appeal. Canned vegetables were slack and tasteless, while canned meats and seafood were textured and fruits discolored. Finally, canned foods suffered from the popular notion that only lazy housewives would resort to using them. In the 1930s, Good Housekeeping worked hard to reverse that opinion. Housekeepers are sometimes accused of serving meals out of the can, But today this is an outworn accusation, it reassured readers. On the contrary, the housekeeper who served canned foods did right by her family by feeding them the best. Those with doubts needed only to review the modern canning process. Specially bred fruits and vegetables were harvested at the peak of ripeness, this was key, and processed at facilities right on the farms. Thus, foods out of the can, served out of the can, were often fresher and more healthful than so-called fresh products sold by the local greengrocer. Commercial canners were able to assemble the finest ingredients, maintain the highest sanitary standards, and employ master chefs. Really, how could a housewife compete if canned vegetables still fell a wee bit short on flavor, which even good housekeeping had to admit was true? The Institute had developed a special cooking technique to address that. For a surprisingly full natural flavor, it instructed housewives not to pour off the canning liquor, but instead empty the can, liqueur and all, into a broad skillet and cook over high heat until most of the liquor had boiled away, thereby concentrating the flavor in its nutrients. Good housekeeping also dismissed the old-fashioned notion that good cooking required hours at the stove. A Heinz advertisement ran in the magazine both posed and answered the question. Have you believed, as I used to believe, that the measure of a meal's enjoyment is determined by the pains and time involved in its creation? That every extra hour in the kitchen added just so much more gusto to the feast? It is a theory that's somewhat less than cheering. For no matter how attractive one's kitchen may be, there are today simply scads of other things the modern household caterer must do. Whether she worked outside the home or was simply busy inside it, the modern woman was by necessity an adept manager of time. In the interest of saving time in the kitchen, she happily availed herself of the convenient foods her mother had never known. The effect was like having one's own team of kitchen assistants. On rushed weeknights, canned foods were indispensable backstage helpers, and the instant cure to that old bugaboo monotony. The grocer's shelves held a multitude of possibilities. Canned fruit juices, grapefruit, pineapple, grape, or tomato, ready in a jiffy for the first course. Delicious canned soups, all ready to heat and serve in so many flavors that you can have a new one each night for several weeks. Canned salmon, tuna fish, sardines, crab meat, or shrimp, all so inspiring and hurried meal moments. As for old-fashioned dishes like corned beef hash, corned beef codfish cakes, beef stew, and spaghetti and tomato sauce, never let your family sigh for them, for we have approved several mighty good brands and cans, to say nothing of tongue, chicken, and ham, all delicious enough to serve the most honored guest. When confronted with the same menu week after week, families were prone to sulk and might even stop eating. Good housekeeping warned its readers. Variety pepped up jaded appetites. Mixing two or more canned foods in a single dish multiplied a woman's quick cooking options, an operation fully supported by the Institute staff. Two different kinds of canned soup, for example, could be combined to make a third. Articles suggested mixing creamed celery and chicken soups, vegetable and bouillon, and tomato consomme into combinations every family will enjoy. By extending the mix and match principle, entire meals could be concocted from cans. Canned chicken was mixed with canned peas and shaped into a loaf. Canned spaghetti was sautéed in canned frankfurters, and canned shrimp were stirred into cream of mushroom soup. Canned, of course, and poured over toast, thus eliminating the laborious and delicate process of making one's own white sauce. Entertaining out of cans was permissible, too. When guests dropped in unannounced, a quick trip to the pantry emergency shelf held the answer to dinner, for ease of both preparation and cleanup. An all-in-one entree was a godsend. Good housekeeping recommended a canned kidney beans and frankfurter salad bowl, the two main ingredients combined with chopped gherkins and alternated with layers of lettuce leaves and sliced Spanish onion. Cold weather guests might expect a warming dish of lima beans deluxe, canned beans bobbing in a pale yellow cheese sauce that was flecked with chopped canned pimento. For more festive gatherings, canned anchovies, olives, and sardines were served on crackers as canapés. For the salad course, canned fruits, all of uniform size and color, were arranged in eye-popping compositions. Canned apricots were stuffed with balls of cream cheese and chopped with sweet pickles, served on lettuce leaves, and drizzled with French dressing. Now see, you lost me at French dressing. It's like, oh, canned apricots. At holiday time, slices of canned pears, strips of green peppers, and maraschino cherries were used like mosaic tiles and arranged on the plate to resemble Christmas trees. More decorative still were the Technicolor salads that came to the table encased in flavored gelatin. The following is an example from the Green family. Jellied lime and grapefruit salad. 1 package lime-flavored gelatin dessert. 1 cup hot water. A cup canned grapefruit syrup. 1 cup drained grapefruit sections. 1/2 cup sliced stuffed olives, salad greens. 1 avocado. Mayonnaise and French dressing. Dissolve the gelatin dessert in hot or boiling water depending on the manufacturer's directions. Add the grapefruit syrup drained from the canned grapefruit, then cool until it begins to thicken. Add the drained grapefruit and sliced olives. Turn into 8 small individual molds and chill until set. Unmold on salad greens arranged on a large platter and garnish with slices of avocado. Serve with mayonnaise or French dressing. Serves 8. Good Housekeeping was a faithful advocate for the American food industry, but manufacturers had more direct ways of communicating with the public. Since the days of Fannie Farmer, food companies such as Rumford Chemical Works, which produced baking powder, and the Baker Chocolate Company had hired home economists to develop promotional recipe booklets using their products. During World War I, giant steps forward into the technology of mass production began to revolutionize both the food industry and the American diet. In the 1920s, as a new generation of scientific wonder foods appeared on grocery store shelves, manufacturers set up their own home economics departments to show women the merits of these newfangled foods. In the relationship between food producer and consumer, home economists functioned as go-betweens. They answered letters from customers, gave public lectures, and produced often elaborate recipe booklets educating women in the many uses for products like Crisco and Velveeta. A wave of corporate mergers in the 1920s produced the country's first food conglomerates. Business tied sundry food manufacturers into a national corporate structure. The new conglomerates combined sales, marketing, distribution, and research all under one roof, cutting costs and concentrating resources. In a field of giants, one conglomerate, General Foods, loomed over its competitors. How it grew to that stature is emblematic of the period. The company's origins go back to 1893 when a hardware salesman named Charles W. Post hatched a plan to invent a new breakfast drink. A former patient at the Kellogg Sanatorium and recent health food convert, Post was looking to formulate a caffeine-free alternative to coffee. The drink he came up with was Postum. Made from a wholesome blend of roasted wheat and bran, Postum debuted in 1895, followed by Grape Nuts in 1898, and a cornflake cereal called Post Toasties in 1904. Post's daughter, Marjorie Meriwether Post, was exposed to her father's business from an early age. As a girl, she licked labels for him and went door to door selling his products. At age 10, she was accompanying him to board meetings and tagging after him on factory tours. When he died in 1914, C.W. left the company to Marjorie, the daughter he had groomed in his image. In 1920, in a special kind of merger, Marjorie Meriwether Post married her second of 4 husbands, E.F. Hutton. One outcome of this union was Hutton's departure from Wall Street to help expand the reach of his wife's company. The buying spree that would create General Foods began in 1925 with the acquisition of Jell-O, and within 4 years had engulfed more than a dozen other companies. Almost all of them were well-known brands, with the exception of a small frozen food company owned by Clarence Birdseye, a student of nature turned businessman. Birdseye had stumbled on the magic of quick freezing during a stay in Labrador. While ice fishing, Birdseye was intrigued to see that fish pulled from frigid water immediately froze stiff when exposed to extremely cold air. When cooked, moreover, they tasted as good as fresh. The explanation was the size of the ice crystals. As food frozen at moderate temperature forms large sharp ice crystals that pierce cell walls and membranes, turning food soggy when thawed. At the same time, enzymatic changes that take place during slow freezing give foods an off taste, vegetables being particularly particularly susceptible. Freezing at sub-zero temperatures, on the other hand, creates small crystals that leave cells intact and preserves true flavor. Birdseye carried his discovery back to the United States and set up shop in the fishing town of Gloucester, Massachusetts, first freezing halibut and then expanding his line to include meats, poultry, vegetables, and fruit. Marjorie Post happened on a sample of Birdseye's handiwork, goose, according to corporate legend, during a stopover in Gloucester on one of the Hutton's many yachting expeditions. Struck by the commercial possibilities of frozen foods line, she urged her board of directors to add Birdseye to the growing family of brands. After 3 years of deliberation, Postum finally acquired the patent to Birdseye freezing process in June 1929. Following the deal, the Postum Company was renamed, and General Foods was born. The logistical hurdles of bringing frozen foods to market took years to fully work out. Refrigerated railroad cars had been in use since the 19th century, but the extremely cold temperatures required by frozen foods, 10 degrees Fahrenheit or below, meant that cooling systems had to be re-engineered. Once the frozen cargo arrived at its retail destination, it required special low-temperature display cases, which in the early years few stores could afford. The last link in the continuous chain of cold was a related investment. Early home refrigerators were unwieldy contraptions. The cold compartment where food was stored was physically separate from the compressor, which was generally set up in the attic or basement. One of the first home models to reach the market, the 1918 Kelvinator, made by General Motors, was comparable in price to a new car. Over the next 2 decades, dozens of brands entered the field. The refrigerator wars had commenced. Electric refrigerators competed with those powered by gas and kerosene, each model distinguished by the additional attention-grabbing extras. The Leonard refrigerator, for example, came with a foot pedal latch, so you could open it with your toe. The Frigidaire had a moisture-controlled compartment to keep vegetables crisp. The Serval, capable of making 100 ice cubes at a time, included a freezer compartment, a feature that soon became an industry standard. By the mid-1920s, elegant all-in-one models had replaced the old two-part machines. Refrigerators were admired as objects of modern beauty. In the words of Ladies' Home Journal, the things are so completely nifty to look at that to see one is to have passionate desire for one. Consumer desire translated into booming sales that continued through the Depression thanks to a combination of falling prices, installment buying plans, and aggressive advertising. With the arrival of her first refrigerator, a woman who contemplated buying a waxed box of frozen lima beans now had the equipment to store it. What she still lacked, however, was the know-how to transform that icy brick into something you could serve to the family. Instruction came from the manufacturers. By the 1930s, consumer service departments that had started with a staff of 2 or 3 now employed up to 50 women. No longer just recipe writers, home economists helped corporations anticipate the needs and wants of their women customers. They vetted advertisements, recommended packaging, researched novel uses for old products, and contributed to the development of new ones. But while their job description had expanded, home economists kept up their dialogue with the American woman. They continued to answer letters and churn out instructional literature, booklets, pamphlets, charts, and magazine and newspaper articles on how to cook with processed foods. By the start of the Depression, they had found a new medium, radio, spreading their message to an ever-widening audience. The Consumer Service Department at General Foods was established in 1924 when it was still the Postum Cereal Company. The first department head, Margaret Sawyer, was the former director of nutrition for the Red Cross, and before that a dietitian for the Army. She took the job thinking she could use it to help teach the public the essentials of sound nutrition and importance of wise food selection. A year after she arrived, however, the corporate focus shifted away from the healthful eating. Not all the company's newly acquired lines were especially nutritious, and unlike breakfast cereals, many of them were ingredient products used in cooking. As the company evolved, Sawyer adjusted her lesson plan, talking less about health and more about food preparation. We find that along with our food products must go a host of intriguing suggestions, but to increase their use, precise information about measurement of ingredients, about their proper combination and handling, and about temperatures, equipment, and standards This information should be set forth so clearly and so frequently that it controls the actions of the woman in the kitchen. Products like Minute Tapioca or Swansdown cake flour, both owned by General Foods, were judged not in their raw state but in the way their housewives used them. It was important, therefore, that women use them correctly. Eager to discipline home cooks and regiment the cooking process, home economists demanded precision in the kitchen, a domestic science fixation going back to the previous century. But whereas founders of the movement had believed that discipline would ennoble kitchen work, corporate home economists discovered that it was good for business. Training women to use accurate measurements, cooking times, and temperatures helped guarantee that products came out the way they were supposed to, increasing the likelihood that customers would buy them again. Frozen foods presented a new teaching challenge. The Bird's Eye line was unveiled in 1930 in Springfield, Massachusetts, where 10 stores had been selected to carry the new brand. A home economist was on duty at each location to demonstrate the miracle of quick frozen foods. By 1931, Bird's Eye was in select towns and cities up and down the eastern seaboard. A troop of home economists followed its progress from store to store, educating women in the ways of this revolutionary product. Whereas canned foods were close to indestructible, frozen foods demanded more delicate handling. Important, read complete directions at bottom of the package before using was emblazoned on early Bird's Eye cartons, the single most important source of product information. General Foods also published the Bird's Eye Cookbook to answer basic handling questions. Most products must products be used on the day of purchase? No. For future use, place unopened box in freezing unit of your refrigerator. Contents are good as long as they remain frozen solid. Do vegetables require washing? No. All vegetables are sorted, washed, and trimmed, even spinach, which comes out of the box free of sand. Must vegetables be thawed before cooking? No, just open the box and pop the frozen block into boiling water. Must frozen fish be stored separately? No, frozen fish is odorless. The 1930s were a singularly inauspicious time to introduce a packaged food that required expensive technology, a refrigerator, and cost more than either its fresh or canned counterparts. For most of the decade, frozen foods remained a luxury item. Unfazed by economic reality, the women's magazines were agog over them. The sanitary and attractive packaging, the uniform contents already cleaned, hulled, trimmed, trussed, and deboned, saving homemakers hours of kitchen preparation. The technology that captured freshness, abolished the seasons, and erased limitations of geography, allowing a Midwestern housewife to serve her family fresh filet of sole. All of these qualities represented the cutting edge of culinary modernity. In anticipation of the Bird's Eye launch, a 1929 story in Ladies' Home Journal envisioned futuristic markets equipped with great refrigerated display cases that ran the entire length of the store. Here, customers could choose among neatly stacked cartons of frozen fruits and vegetables, meats, and seafood, all of uniform quality. Shopping would be a snap. When the food columnist Mary Mead first sampled frozen food in 1934, she went into rapture. I've just finished a week of advertising with a dozen of the most delicious foods I believe it has ever been in my good fortune to nibble on questioningly and then eat up joyously. A weekend in the country gave home economist Mary Sellers a perfect demonstration of how effortless cooking can be when science gets on the table. So science sets the table and frozen foods take the place of fresh. On our arrival at the cottage, the first things taken out of the box of groceries were some packages of quick frozen meats and vegetables, which were hustled into the refrigerator's largest freezing tray to keep frozen until needed. As the days went by, out came the packages in the refrigerator's freezing tray. Farm fresh broilers, as delicious as if they had just been brought from the farmer down the road, tender calf's liver that seemed to have special affinity for the bacon in its sanitary wrapping. Fresh peas, asparagus, and spinach followed one after another, each vegetable ready to be popped into boiling water with no preparation or even washing needed. Allied with the national media, the federal government, and food conglomerates, home economists were uniquely positioned to dictate where American food was heading. Their influence was felt in the city and the countryside alike, as local food traditions gave way to canned soup casseroles and jello salads, but not without protest. Outraged by the direction American food had taken, in certain key cities a gastronomic counterculture had been galvanized into action. Henry Louis Mencken was a Baltimore newspaperman, an editor, author, and commentator on all things American. Among them was the state of the nation's cookery, which he called the most subtle and kingly of all the fine arts. In the rush to become fashionable eaters, Mencken complained, Americans had cast aside native kitchen achievements such as Philadelphia pepper pot and Southern fried catfish in favor of continental slop. Across the nation, Pullman dining cars and hotel dining rooms served the same dull fare in whatever city you happen to find yourself. As regional specialties lost favor, gastronomes like Mencken were condemned to scour the streets of formerly great food cities for a decent plate of Boston baked beans or Baltimore steamed crabs. That was depressing enough, but then home economists came along, imposing their reign of culinary intimidation. According to Mencken, these domesticated depots came in two types. Dietitians produced food that was nutritious but joyless, while cooking school marms cared little about how food tasted but worried a great deal about how it looked. Both were enemies of what Mencken called voluptuous eating. As a man who fought his battles with words, Mencken was rankled that home economists seemed to be the only people writing on food. To address the imbalance, as editor of the American Mercury, he put out a call for articles of the disappearing art of American victuallery. A story on Pennsylvania Dutch cooking that ran in the Mercury exemplified what Mencken had been looking for, proof that in certain discrete pockets, food traditions honed over the generations were still alive and well. Undeterred by dietitians, this rural community of German Americans fearlessly indulged their gustatory yearnings with apple dumplings steamed over a pot of boiling ham, farm-made blood sausage, spätzle seasoned with brown butter, hot sugary doughnuts, and syrupy shoe-fly pie dripping with molasses. Here was Mencken's voluptuous eating. Disappointingly, the article was just one of a handful on American cookery submitted to the Mercury during Mencken's tenure. During the 1939 World's Fair, a woman demonstrates the fully electrified farm kitchen. Well-lit, sanitary, and rationally organized, it heralded the modern food world to come. Manuscripts and Archives Division, the New York Public Library, Astor, Linux, and Tilden Foundations. In the 1930s, the food counterculture found a new champion in a New York transplant named Sheila Hibben. Readers who came across her early food writing would have seen right away that Hibben was capable of bold pronouncements. Surely she raised the middle-class eyebrows when she wrote that anyone with an appreciation for honest food knows that no virgin could cook really well. To cook like an artist, Hibben explained, there must be an experience of life, not of cookbooks, and a certain fecundity of feeling that cannot be dulled by routine and formula. Here was the crux of the problem. American cooking was hostage to an all-female cabal of culinary technicians, women fixated on decorative salads, light entrees, dainty desserts. Nothing fecund about them. By the time she was 40, Hibben had accumulated abundant real-life experience. During World War I, she had served in France as a nurse with the Red Cross, for which she was awarded with a Croix de Guerre. While there, she fell in love with her future husband, an American artillery captain and journalist named Paxton Hibben. After the war, the couple traveled to the Soviet Union on food relief missions and finally settled in New York. In 1928, Paxton died of pneumonia, leaving Hibben to fend for herself and her 6-year-old daughter. Several months later, she published her first article, Food is to Eat, and in 1934 landed a staff job at the New Yorker as the magazine's first food critic. But her reputation was made by the National Cookbook in 1932, a compendium of regional recipes. Written at the time of the phrase American regional cooking was cause for puzzlement. The National Cookbook was conceived in a burst of culinary outrage. Its source a picture in the New York Herald Tribune magazine that showed a dog made of whipped cream, a terrier no less, piling across a soup tureen. A comestible canine, an example of the Rococo assemblages favored by the magazine editor, stirred in Hibben a renewed appreciation for the honest, savory foods that made up our culinary patrimony. For too long, Americans had looked to Europe as the bastion of civilized eating. Hibben, who had spent years living in France, was well acquainted with the renowned foods of La Cuisine Régionale and felt that the same honors should be paid to American regional fare. South Carolina Hoppin' John, Pennsylvania Pandowdy, and New England clam chowder were as good as anything found on the continent. If native cooks had recently lost their way, the National Cookbook was meant to call people home. Hibben, like Depression-era nutritionists, saw economic disaster as an opportunity to mend our gastronomic ways. By the time the cook By the time the book came out in 1932, people accustomed to nights out on the town were trading in restaurant dinners for family meals and evening gathered around the radio. As Americans amended their shopping lists and put their soup pots to work, some of the gastronomic freedom they had always taken for granted inevitably was lost. This was not all bad. This depression, taking people back into the home, may have its silver lining, Hibben wrote. Homemakers may begin to appreciate the simple, pleasurable dishes of their own country and serve them to their families. If that really happens, then this depression has not been in vain. To cook simply and well, however, demanded certain adjustments in the way that people thought about food. 50 years before Alice Waters, just as the variety of canned and frozen foods was soaring, Hibben was preaching the gospel of fresh and local ingredients. While magazine editors celebrated the defeat of seasonality, Hibben insisted we respect it. We have been too spoiled, she wrote, by a craze for food out of the season, for peaches from South Africa and strawberries picked green and shipped too far. The price for that all long-distance fruit was insipid pie and indifferent cobblers. Ingredients mattered. At that same time, simple cooking required a more attentive cook. The fundamental problem of the year 1932 is the question of economic adjustment. In Cook's terms, the problem of potatoes for all, Hibben wrote. But although this is fundamental, so also is a balance between what we have and what we make of it. In other words, it was essential that our potatoes should be boiled, baked, and mashed to perfection. With food anxieties rising, there was something fundamentally reassuring in Hibben's message. Food was to be enjoyed, and good food was to be within our reach. Mink coats and period furniture are not always possible, she wrote, but at least we can have omelets that are soft and melting, and soups that are savory, even beans that are succulent and satisfying. While dietitians tended to our vitamin intake, Hibben was interested in the spirit-healing properties of humble food well prepared. The National Cookbook made a splash not only in New York, where some of the city's most august dining establishments, including the Waldorf Astoria, began serving regional menus, but around the country as well. It's not often that a cookbook becomes fodder for reporters. The publication of the National Cookbook became a national news story. Under such catchy headlines as Floating Dog-Inspired Recipe Book, articles on Hibben and the glories of native cooking appeared in newspapers from Hartford, Connecticut to Butte, Montana. Still, Hibben must have been taken aback when she was summoned by Eleanor Roosevelt to advise the future first hostess on what to serve at the White House. In the months leading up to the 1933 inaugural, Eleanor had been reminded of an attempt by Martha Washington, another First Lady who had lived in tumultuous times, to steer the country back to simple, honest cooking benefiting a republic. Eleanor wanted to follow her example, a woman whose relationship with food had always been more cerebral than visceral. Eleanor saw in Hibben a timely lesson about finding comfort in simple satisfactions. She welcomed, too, the opportunity to engage in some culinary boosterism, proudly showcasing historic American dishes made from American products to a beleaguered nation. A month before inauguration, Hibben sent Eleanor a sampling of historic and regional menus that she thought suitable for the presidential table. For a spring dinner, she suggested a mid-Atlantic menu of calf's head soup, with a second course of planked shad roe and bacon, followed by a fried chicken with cream gravy. Dessert was a strawberry blancmange. Her New England dinner started with Cape Cod clam chowder, moved on to corned beef and cabbage, and finished with a baked Indian pudding. There was breakfast and luncheon menus too, 14 in all. Hibben had hoped to debut one of them at the president's inaugural lunch, but was disappointed when Eleanor decided on tea sandwiches and jelly bouillon instead. After the inauguration, Hibben was invited to Washington to meet with Eleanor and the indomitable Roosevelt housekeeper, Miss Nesbit. Over the next several days, Hibben demonstrated for Nesbit how to prepare Hoppin' John, Martha Washington's crab soup, and gumbo zerbs, dishes that represented the American genius for honest cooking. Some weeks later, Eleanor finally revealed to the public that she was embarking on a Hibben-inspired culinary revival. The American menus of Miss Sheila Hibben, she told reporters, I hope will interest people not only in good early American food, but in the history that lies back of the recipes. By the time, however, she had already introduced the country to Cornell emergency diet prepared by home economics, which represented a different strain of American cooking. Caught between two food initiatives, in the end Eleanor went with her progressive instincts and chose science over tradition. Nonetheless, several hidden dishes, including calf's head soup and gumbo's herbs, a Louisiana specialty beloved by Andrew Jackson, were adopted by the White House and served to guests. Years later, moreover, when it was time for Miss Nesbit to compile her own cookbook, recipes for both of these hidden dishes, along with several more, were mixed in among the creamed casseroles and gelatin salads. No attribution was given. The National Cookbook foreshadowed another, even more ambitious ode to American foodways, this one produced by the Federal Writers' Project, created in 1935 under the auspices of the Works Progress Administration. The Federal Writers' Project, along with similar initiatives in art, music, and drama, was part of an experiment in the historically un-American activity of government-sponsored cultural patronage, intended to give jobs to out-of-work novelists, reporters, poets. In actuality, the Writers' Project employed roughly 6,000 men and women of highly variable skills and literary competence. Some were published authors and experienced editors, but near writers, occasional writers, and people who probably can write but lack the opportunity were also eligible. Despite the ragtag character of its hired hands, the Writers' Project managed to put out the enormously successful American Guide series, a set of travelogues to each of the 48 states, Alaska, Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia. Lewis Mumford called the guides the finest contribution to American patriotism that has been made in our day, praise that was meant to silence critics who considered government forays into the arts yet more New Deal boondoggling. The idea for the guide series came from Catherine Kellogg, a small tornado of a woman who had served as one of the principal administrators. In 1939, as the series was winding down, Kellogg began hunting for a follow-up project in a similarly patriotic vein. What she landed on was America Eats, a region-by-region portrait of American cookery conceived in the same celebratory mood as the National Cookbook. In a departure from Hibben, however, Kellogg's book would concern itself solely with the group feasts, church picnics, and grange suppers that were so characteristically American that she believed were more resistant than everyday cooking to modern culinary influences. In her proposal, Kellogg laid out in her breathless shorthand the book she envisioned. An account of group eating as an important American social institution, its part in development of American cookery as an authentic art in the preservation of that art in the face of mass production and foodstuffs and partly cooked foods, and introduction of numerous technological devices that lessen labor of preparation but lower quality of product. Hibben had told her story in recipes. In contrast, America Eats would not be a cookbook, but a series of culinary narratives, a multifaceted food ethnology, punctuated by recipes and illustrated with photographs. As to style, Kellogg wanted the tone to be light but not tea-shop, masculine rather than feminine, her way of asking for writing with gusto, a word she resorted to often, both vivid with sensory particulars and grounded in logistical specifics. When describing group meals, writers would tell how they were organized and who supplied the food. Examples of regional food disputes were always welcome. Should the clam chowder contain cream or tomatoes? Should fried crabs be dusted with flour or dipped in batter? These were the kinds of questions that food partisans could debate for hours, a sign that regional food customs were matters of ongoing consequence. Hibben, during her research for the National Cookbook, was similarly encouraged by food partisanship. What Kellogg hoped to avoid was typical frothy food writing. In fact, two groups forbidden as contributors to America Eats were professional food writers and cooking school teachers. It was up to Kellogg to determine what foods were American enough to deserve a place in the book. Sheila Hibben's definition of American food was expansive enough to encompass dishes that were Dutch, German, French, Spanish, Scandinavian, Italian, Jewish, and Chinese. America Eats took a narrower approach. There were entries on Vermont Italian feeds, Norwegian lutefisk suppers, and the foods served at Bohemian Sokol. On the whole, however, Kellogg's understanding of what constituted American food was both highly selective and arbitrary. Contributions of national groups to the American table will be given attention, though these are relatively few, she wrote in one of her memos. After all, the purpose of her book was to increase appreciation of American traditions and traditions brought to this country and welded into the national life. Welded, that was setting a high bar. The cuisines that qualified were German, Mexican, and Northern European. One Jewish meal, a Passover Seder, found its way into the manuscript, its presence justified by the number of Jews in the United States and the ancient character of the feast. As an example of the kind of immigrant soup meal Kalak wanted to avoid, she cited Chinese christening celebrations. The American food traditions that Kalak instructed her writers to document were largely rural and coastal, threshing dinners, church suppers, cemetery cleaning picnics, barbecues, oyster roasts, fish fries, clam bakes, and the list goes on. In the South, they encounter the food traditions of the region's African American population, which was already the subject of a massive ongoing writers' project. In 1936, field workers for the FWP began interviewing elderly African Americans who had been born into slavery and published their stories as slave narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. The America Eats project extended that work into the realm of the African American food culture, particularly in the South. Food was an occasion for gathering, whether coming together for a Savannah oyster roast or a creekside fish fry. Conversely, just about any gathering was yet another occasion to eat food together, so a neighbor short on cash hosted a chitterling strut. Given yearly on an Alabama plantation, this barbecue was one of the communal meals that the America Eats project set out to document. It also illustrated the profound segregation still prevalent across the South. Library of Congress, LC USZ 62135594. These struts are held in the homes of for the purpose of making money to be used for anything from paying church to buying a winter coat. The meal is served on a long table reaching across the room. Wash tubs of cider sit on each end of the table where it is served with tin dippers. The pickle, slaw, and potato custards are placed at intervals along the white cloth, but the chitterlings and corn pone are served hot from the kitchen. They begin to gather by sundown. The host walks around barking good fried hot chitlins, crisp and brown, ripe hard cider to wash them down. Cold slaw, cold pickle, sweet tater pie, and hot corn pone to slap your eye. By 9 o'clock the feed is over and the shoe-round strut begins. The table is pushed aside. The banjo pickers take their places back under the stair steps out of the way. With the first clear notes of a high brown leaps to the center of the floor and cuts the buck. Couples form, then comes a steady shuffle of the feet as the strut is on. For a host of reasons, America Eats never made it into print. For one, the quality of the material coming in from the field was often disappointing. Memos from Kellogg to regional editors are full of phrases complaining that one writer or another seems to misunderstand the purpose of this book and can't understand that this is not a cookbook. More issues arose from the high turnover in Writers' Project personnel and steady cutbacks in funding arising from the Republicans' anathema to anything associated with the WPA and the arts. These kinks, however, might have been worked out, and the book might still have seen publication if world events had not intervened. The manuscript was due at the end of December 1941, but on December 7th, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and on the following day, the United States declared war against Japan, Germany, and Italy. As the FWP's staff was slashed, Kellogg scrambled to cobble together a workable manuscript from whatever material she had at hand. But in May 1942, she was given orders to vacate her offices, while disparate pieces of America Eats were boxed up and sent to the Library of Congress to lie forgotten for half a century. The food authorities who led America through the Depression were overwhelmingly white, Anglo-Saxon women. Not unreasonably, their ideas about food reflected where they came from, culturally speaking, but who a WASP could think up a diet based around milky chowders and creamed casseroles? And wasn't milk Orno just a version of the same, but with a scientific overlay? Another kind of authority, magazine editors rejected their mother's recipe boxes in favor of camera-ready cooking, food that was ready for its close-up, but as Hibben would say, missed the fundamental point of that food is to eat. The sisters in the home economics departments of appliance manufacturers and food conglomerates peered into their crystal balls and liked what they saw. kitchens that were so efficient that food seemed to cook itself. Science, efficiency, technology, consumerism, this was the future. Point to any moment in American culinary history, and you can rightly say, ah, that was a transitional period. We are always coming from some place to someplace else. During the Depression, however, the transition was especially stark. Afraid that our culinary heritage was in jeopardy, Hibben gave us the National Cookbook. The WPA's America Eats project was another kind of gastronomic salvage mission undertaken against the onslaught of modernity, yearning for the past and imagined golden age before you fill in the blank came along and mucked things up, is a perennial occupation. Chances are that our own descendants will look back at the present era and wonder that we had things so good. That's that's the end. That's the end of the book. Well, it's sad they didn't get to publish that. That would have probably really been really cool. Maybe it did get published, but like I don't know. It's worth finding out, I guess. Mm. Thank you for listening. I don't remember what book. Okay, actually, I do have this. I forget about this sometimes. I do actually have that. Let's see. What was the next in books to read? I think this is the correct part. Correct, oh, a similar book would be next. Let me look at that. I don't remember who that was. Said it was written by. Let's see. Written by Abigail Carroll. The next book would be Three Squares, The Invention of the American Meal. So that's the next one. Okay, so this is the next one that I'll be reading on live stream. I have not started reading to the camera in quite some time, but the next book I'm supposed to read to the camera would be The City of Dreaming Books and then The Labyrinth of Dreaming Books. But I really needed a break from just sitting down and reading, and all the reactions have been so important to me. So, hello. I'm actually about to end the stream. But thank you. Thank you for saying hi. I hope you enjoyed the book. The next book I will be reading is also about food. I don't think it just sticks with a time period. I don't remember quite. Let me see. Few details. Alright, so it's basically the next book I would be reading, just kind of, it covers food history even further back, all the way up to what we're eating these days. And it's kind of like a look at sort of the origins of many things that have become so normal in like American eating, basically. Very interesting. Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not going to go right into that. Um, I'll allow some time before we start reading that because I've been reading for almost 6 hours. So I think I don't know what I'll do for like what the next thing is that I'm going to do. If I'm going to be maybe catching up on some other like new reactions that I want to do, I don't know. Um, but I'll be happy to take a break from reading for now. I took breaks after every chapter. I took a break. And I made sure to drink tea or drink like warm beverages at least, so that I didn't like dry out my throat through reading. It's also important to look up from the page sometimes, and it's important to just kind of like reconnect with your reality, because even if you're reading nonfiction, it can get You can get to a place where you feel almost tedious about, like, it starts to not feel as enjoyable if you don't give yourself breaks. Yay, though. We finished. Thank you for listening. Bye.